All right, welcome everybody to this week's showing of the fall series here at Lanes Raceway. We're fixing to get underway on the oval portion of the track. Got three racers there today. Drew Hoagland defending from last week's win. Chelsea Kirtley going to come back and try to get in on some of that action. Missing out with Wendy and a few of the other racers here at Lanes Raceway. Jackie B, a new racer here, going to be joining in. So we're excited to see that. We're going to get us on over to the oval. Don't forget YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Our chat is live. We got several of the cars teched and ready to go for our upcoming classes here today. So we'll be streamlining, rolling on through. We got two races on the orange today, and we got two races on the blue in our pro class. All right, first up to qualify, Chelsea Kirtley. Chelsea Kirtley going to be first up to qualify here. Once she gets hooked up and everything, we'll get to racing. Actually qualifying first. Right now, guys, if you're just now tuning in, do not forget that the Nationals is being held at Mach 1 Raceway in Virginia. So definitely stop by, give them a like, and subscribe to their channel as they do have a live stream rolling right now in Virginia. So you want to check that out. That's some of the best racers in the U.S. up there racing right now. And, of course, a few of the guys that we know we're rooting for as they come down and race in our Flexi Challenge there. Les Wright and James Merriam. They call him Mary Muffin. But here goes Chelsea right here. And we also seen Roger Schmidt down there. It's good to see him racing down there with the guys, too. Roger just came off of a pretty cool little Fiesta Flexi. Very interesting little series there. Very close to the Flexi Challenge that we're running here. It'd be nice to get both the Flexi Challenge and the Fiesta Flexi to kind of come up with a good rule set to battle it off. That would be pretty cool, bringing those guys together. Maybe even have that here at Lanes Raceway, a pretty big race weekend. We've been thinking about things like that. But nonetheless, back to today's time, and we got Chelsea Kirtley there with a 2.061. Chelsea Kirtley on you with a 2.061. Jackie B, you are on deck. So we'll see if Drew is going to. Drew's been working on a lot of his cars and stuff here lately, trying to get them a little bit quicker. He's been gaining a little bit of time, but not a tremendous amount of time. Not a lot of time, but he needs to continue to work on that sort of thing as he's fixing to go green racing here. They're on the blue lane in his blue car. And I believe he just bought this one today out of the bag for his daughter that's going to be here next week. So we're excited for that, too, as she's going to start getting involved in some of the racing. He's already turning a 2.109 for his first couple laps here. My head's disappeared. It's Halloween season. I guess I'm the headless horseman here. But the only horses I use are horsepower. I know that's kind of a corny dad joke. Let me just scoot up here a little bit closer. 2.082. All right, Drew Hoagland with a 2.082, currently in second position. Jackie B, you're up next. Jackie B here coming in with Brian Vender. You guys know Brian. He's been racing here at Lanes Raceway for several years now, bringing us in some newcomers. We always enjoy the newcomers here, and it's a great class for newcomers as we lock down the gear ratios and the motors here in this class. So it definitely helps keep everybody pretty fair. And a lot of the times, as new of a series is like this, it's kind of out of the box type series. We don't really have a whole lot of issues with people cheating. It's simply they just want to get in here and race each other. They're not into that kind of tinkering to the point of making it to where it's very, very hard. I think she is running Glenn Burton's truck here. Like I said, new racer. She's still learning where to let off and everything here. We see Maxwell a couple weeks ago when he first started. Kind of looks similar. They'll get it down within a heater or so, figuring it out. All right, Jackie B with a 2.419. We're going to get right on into racing. So we're going to go ahead and exit out over here, guys. And we're going to head right over to the race. FCR GRC, as you can see it here. segment type here. We're going to lower that to 60, which it is. Drivers over here, we're going to click on this, and we can see Jackie, Chelsea, and Drew. Chelsea, where do you want to go? Yellow? Drew, where would you like to go? Orange? Jackie, where would you like to go? White? All right. One minute and 20-second segments here is what we're looking at here, folks, for the racing. And 60 minutes or 60 seconds off in between lap rotations, as the track's not that long. It's only about, I think, maybe 60 foot, something like that, 60 or 70 foot. So everybody's getting their stuff hooked up here. Glenn is showing Jackie what to do here. I see Chelsea. It looks like Drew possibly there going to the restroom real quick, maybe. But as soon as he gets back, we'll get this race underway. Now, our racers from the NASCAR class, they're going to help track marshal this class, and they usually rotate in one per heat, as those that are racing this class here must help track marshal for the NASCAR races coming up after this. Now, we got, like I said, 2 races on the orange and 2 on the blue. LMP NASCAR on blue today, and we got IndyCar Wing Car on the orange. All right, guys, as soon as y'all are ready, just go ahead and hit that red button. And they are ready. And this is going to start off our race here. We got a lane in between everybody here, and it's a dart right out of the gate. T, also known as Chelsea, down low on yellow, taking a commanding lead here by about 6 car lengths from Drew. As we see Jackie coming off the track there on white lane. She comes off yet again, but Nathaniel's there quick to put her back on. T there on the lower lane there, of course, going to gain a lot of that lap time there. She comes off on yellow. We see Nathaniel get her put back in. Right now, T is running a 2.079 best lap time. That is the fastest lap time so far. Drew Hoagland close behind it with a 2.166. We see Jackie B there trying to figure it out, the let-off spot here. As we see Drew now coming off the track there, getting put back on orange. 20 and 20, it looks like. It all boils down to, in this race, is just keeping it on even when you're on the high lanes, because the high lanes is where, believe it or not, races are won and lost, simply because that's where all the trash goes. When wrecking, they all fly to the high outside there. So we're going to get a track call there as Nathaniel's trying to find a car here. It might have been got kicked underneath the track there, possibly. But right now, lap times 2.056. Chelsea just ran her best lap, that last lap there. 2.122 for Drew and a 2.610 for Jackie. All right, here we go, folks. Back in it again, and Chelsea there on yellow, narrowly missing a wreck in the high banks there as the car slips out. Chelsea right now with 33 total laps ran. She's 2 laps up on Drew Hoagland. 10th of a second right at it, a little bit more than that. Difference in time. Nathaniel getting the car on white there, put back in. That is Jackie B's there. And she's starting to gain a little bit of understanding of letting off there in that corner. Like I said, it usually takes about a heat or so to figure things out. So we got Drew's car coming off and Chelsea slamming into it. Looks like we're having some troubles there about where Randy Kirtley is with his Summer Series shirt there. Car's getting a little wiggly coming out of Dead Man's Corner and unseats them there in the crook of the track. And it makes it where they're unable to go full speed out of that corner. Chelsea right now 3 laps up on Drew Hoagland. Now these things will change as we progress in the race, as you guys know. The low lanes always have advantage over the top lanes there. But if you're able to get your car smooth and built up to where that it can transition really good, you can sometimes stay side by side, if not beat a guy 1 lane below you. And if you can get that to happen, a lot of times you're the fastest car, being able to keep up with lower lanes. But as we can see here, all these cars are relatively equal when it comes to separation time. Now they have 60 seconds to do their lane rotation here. And this is European lane rotation. So we're going to see Chelsea move to orange, Drew to white, and Jackie to red. Chelsea with the fastest lap time so far there on yellow lane with a 2:03.6. Drew with a 2.122 on orange, and Jackie with a 2.452 on white. Total laps top to bottom. Chelsea in the lead with 55, Drew with 52, and 36 for Jackie B. 17 seconds before we go into our next heat. They got 4 seconds. Here we go. Drew better hurry up if he plans on racing. So Drew going to lose a lap there just simply because he wasn't ready to be back racing. But Drew actually keeping up with the orange lane car of Chelsea a little bit better as he goes side by side with Jackie there. Kind of scares Jackie a little bit there. They're trying to fix the cars tucked back in and gets her put back on there. Now side by side with Drew Hoagland again. This time faring well as she makes it through there on red lane. Chelsea there down on orange, making as many laps as she can. As long as she keeps it on, she stands a really good chance of winning this one. As the blue car, Drew Hoagland, he's breaking it in this race for his daughter, like I said, so probably not going to get broke in until later on in the race here, as he puts Jackie B, newcomer, into the wall there. Kind of a little bit of a dirty move there on Drew, but nonetheless, Drew trying to get what he can there on white lane. Differences in racing technique for sure. Chelsea still 3 laps up on Drew Hoagland. Total laps of 90, 84 for Drew. And a best lap time for Chelsea right now, 2.168. .30 seconds remaining in the heat. We got a 6-lap total lead over total laps for Chelsea. Seems to be gaining about 3 or 4 laps per segment. And it didn't help that Drew was a little bit late to the controller. And it's mistakes like that, not being ready to go in time, that really can cost you the race. Especially if it's a good clean race. As we get a little bit of a slide there for Drew Hoagland, his car was able to push out just a hair in front of Jackie's there towards the end. They got 1 minute to do a lane rotation and get whatever they got to get done with their cars. Chelsea's going to be rotating to white, currently with the fastest lap of 2.168. Drew's going to be rotating to red with his fast lap of 2.286. Jackie is going to rotate to green with a 2.525, already gaining about a tenth of a second on her time, so she's definitely getting smoother behind the trigger. Total laps there, 109 for Chelsea, 102 for Drew, and 77 for Jackie. These guys are racing for a win point today, so any wins here in our fall series will be calculated here, and the winner, of course, is going to get the fall series check. Getting back over to the oval track, we're getting ready to race again. As we see, looks like everybody was there on time. Brian coming around as we got 3 cars coming off here. Chelsea Kirtley is the last car to get put on there. She's going to have to pick up the pace a little bit as she's side by side there with Drew Hoagland on red. She's got to make some moves to get in front of him or let him go, one or the other. Or there could be a wreck to ensue between these two. Down low there on the green lane, catching Drew Hoagland. Chelsea narrowly missing that wreck. So we see all three cars coming off here. All three cars put on in a timely fashion there, thanks to Nathaniel Burden. Chelsea yet again coming up close behind Drew Hoagland. She either needs to make a move or get hit. There she goes. She makes a move now in front of Drew. Now she needs to make a move here on the down low car green, and she's going to make it here. So T now leading the laps, going to have a little bit of a leeway there. Side by side Drew Hoagland and Jackie B. They're coming into dead man's corner, neither giving an inch there. See Jackie B losing a little bit of control coming out of dead man's corner there. Kind of throws her rhythm off a little bit, but a whole lot faster. She was a 2.5 best lap before, now 2.3 here on green lane. So improvements are being made as we got Nathaniel Burden picking a car up what looks to be off the track there, getting it put back on. Chelsea Kirtley just staying out of trouble if she can. The guide flag's a little messed up on the truck possibly. Drew Hoagland coming off red, and a quick slap there gets him put back in. 3 seconds remaining in the heat. And that is a lap rotation. Quite a few more wrecks in that one. Chelsea yet again with the best lap of 2.191 leading the way. Drew Hoagland close back with a 2.277 there on red. Jackie B with a 2.349. Chelsea's going to rotate to red. Drew's going to rotate to green. Jackie will rotate to blue. Total laps for Chelsea Kirtley 157, 47 for Drew, 10 laps down from the lead. Jackie B with 113 there in third position. And like I said, the trend has continued, about 3 laps gained per heat. So now we're going to see Drew going to be taking some of those lower lanes there. We'll see if he will be able to capitalize on that and maybe get 3 laps per heat for the next 4 on Chelsea, and we'll have ourselves a race here before it's all said and done. Our next segment is 4 of 8, and that'll be our halfway mark. 5 seconds to go, and we're back racing, and it looks like all the racers are back where they need to be for another 120 seconds of high-impact oval racing here at Lanes Raceway. And we're underway, and right out of the gate, Drew Hoagland hammers it home there on green lane, already making an impressive movement here as he tries to gain up on Chelsea there on red lane. Chelsea getting a little bit of a hiccup as she gets bounced off the wall there. We'll see Nathaniel Burden slap her back in. She's going to have to learn the spot to let off as we get another car from blue lane popping off there. It's Jackie B. And she hits, takes out, well, looks like Chelsea was back in. So Chelsea involved in the incident there. She was up on red lane, but able to take that lead back. So we see Glenn Burden grabbing that car and picking it up pretty good. We have a yellow flag for some reason. A rider, it looks like. So a rider, Drew Hoagland, coming off of his track and landing in red lane, about gave Chelsea an extra lap. Now Chelsea losing already 2 laps to Drew Hoagland so far. And like I said, this is where it kind of changes. After that midway round, we see a little bit of a swap up taking place here. We see Drew Hoagland's car coming off in the high banks there. And we see Chelsea there on red lane moving up on Drew Hoagland here, staying pretty close to him. They just got to stay out of the trouble. Any kind of car coming off or anything like that could cause trouble. Drew Hoagland coming off again in the high banks there. He has an issue or something here. It's he's pointing at the track, not necessarily the track. He's coming a little too aggressively out of dead man's corner, causing him to wobble. Is what's taking place. And that wobble's upsetting him through the crook of the track, and his car's coming out. it happens when the guys get a little too aggressive coming out of that corner. So that, and his braids are probably, from where he wrecked previously, really high up on his car. And I don't think anybody has checked his braids to see if they're low to the track or not. So I'd say that's our biggest issue there. As we see Jackie B coming off there on blue. Only her second time coming off on blue, so not too bad there. They're rolling the track, but like I said, I believe it's a car issue, not a track issue. So we've already had cars on that track before. Somebody check Drew's car. His braids are up. Like I said, we just had Chelsea on that track, no problems. Somebody grab Drew's car, put it on a block, and check it. It's either bent or its braids are raised up. Well, Chelsea just ran that track and didn't have an issue one, so it's a car issue. It's not a track issue. We have this a lot. Guys don't have their cars set up just right. They got their cars bent to the left or the right. It causes them to peel out. And once they sling all that weight over on that side, if it's down a little bit low, it will pull them out of the track. And the only reason I know it's not a track issue is literally not even 2 minutes ago, Chelsea was on this lane, ran the whole lane without coming out in that spot. So it's definitely a car issue. We're just prolonging the inevitable, having to work on these tracks like this. You roll the track, every time you roll it, you dislodge that glue, and it makes it where the braid comes undone. So you don't want to roll a track unless you utterly have to. Anybody that's ran a track knows that the more you run it, the more that glue gets loose, and then you have to end up stopping the race and re-gluing tracks, and it's not good. So I do not like rolling our track unless we utterly have to. So I know that's what everybody wants to go to. They automatically think it's always the track, but it isn't. It's because the racers can never be wrong, I guess. The way I see it, here's how you can look at it. It's as simple as this. There's cars that move on that track. The track never moves. So the track doesn't hit walls. The track don't bend. You know, it's very unusual for the track to be the issue. And what the issue is currently with this car is they've bent it up now to where that the tires don't drag, to where that he needs a guide flag washer under this car, possibly. Or they bent it down to where that the front tires are dragging so bad that literally the braids are not touching. Really probably should have used the car he had that was set up for the track instead of this one. As this car's, you know, it's stock out of the box, guys. They don't do anything to these cars other than put them together. They're not set up for each individual tracks. Now, we got some tracks with recess. We have some tracks that are just straight up, you know, level. And in this case, you know, that's what we have currently, is one that's level. And a lot of places run it where the front wheels do actually rotate with the car. In my opinion, not a good idea. You want them about a 1/16 of an inch up off the track. "15 seconds left in the heat." This has been a very long heat, as you guys can tell. So we got, it looks to be all three of the cars in a wreck there. And that's going to be a lane rotation. So Drew Hoagland right now got her within 10 laps, 196 to Chelsea's 206. Jackie with 153. And she's got her lap times even down from a 2.5 to a 2.167 there on blue lane. Chelsea's going to rotate to green lane. Drew to blue, Jackie to purple. Chelsea with a fast time of 2.274, getting bested by both Drew and Jackie, with Drew a 2.192 and Jackie with a 2.167. So Jackie actually with the fastest lap time in the previous heat. Total laps are thus: first place Chelsea with 206, 196 for Drew, 153 for Jackie. Segment, we have a tie, 49 and 49 for Drew and Chelsea, and Jackie with 40. It's actually going to give the segment to Chelsea with 49 laps, even though she had a slower fast lap and slower median. It's going to go ahead and give it to her. Now, our average lap was about 500ths of a second faster. What? Okay. Hey, guys, we're going to have to do some rotating on these track marshals. We need track marshals on the circle track. So we're back racing here, and Drew Hoagland with 10 so far. And we get a car coming off on the inside there. That's going to be Jackie there on purple. Currently turning a 2.227 best lap. Purple and black lane, of course, the harder of the lanes to run here. Really got to take them kind of easy. But she's doing an exceptional job here. She's now found herself a decent rhythm. And I've seen it a lot worse down low. Drew Hoagland and Chelsea, of course, been running about 4 or 5 of these races so far. And we see a little bit more of a battle between those two. Chelsea and Drew within 2 laps of each other. Currently, Drew Hoagland with the fastest lap time, 2.131. Chelsea 2s across the board for her best. Drew Hoagland there on blue lane, staying out of trouble, and so is Chelsea. Chelsea running a scorcher up there on green lane at 2.201. So going from a very eventful heat to a very uneventful heat. I said Chelsea earlier was the one that ran that lane. I guess it was actually Jackie that ran that lane green. But nonetheless, Chelsea ran that whole heat on green without coming off in the high banks there. So like I said, guys, not an issue with the track 99% of the time. Usually when you have an issue with the track, laps are not counting. And it's usually where wire nuts or sorter joints and stuff become corroded or come loose. You have issues there. And then other issues is, like I said, you know, the humidity change in the track can sometimes pull the braid loose. Chelsea going to blue, Drew going to purple, Jackie going to black. Segment leader that time was Drew. Second was Chelsea. Third, Jackie. Total laps 259 for Chelsea, 252 for Drew, 195 for Jackie. Medians and fast laps pretty close together. The best median, of course, was Drew at 2.181, but the fast laps 2.182 for Chelsea, 2.131 for Drew, and a 2.134 for Jackie. Randy Kirtley looking at a car up here in the upper right-hand portion of your screen. You really can't see it. You can kind of see James's leg there, but James is pointing his chest towards the guy, so they're just a little bit off screen there. They're looking at what looks to be Drew Hoagland's car where it's bent. I think they are now coming to the realization that it was not the track. It was actually his car. Like I said, he probably just needs him a guide flag washer up underneath his car. As the guides sometimes come in with cutoff guides, sometimes they come with standard. If they come with standard, they're usually decent. But if they come with a cutoff guide flag, like something you would see for a flexi car or a wing car, they're just a little bit too low for the oval, and it tends to make the front tires drag on these, and that causes the cars to come out. So there must be some serious damage to that car or something. Something's going on here. Checking it on a block. I believe Randy's trying to get his front wheels up off the ground. It's possibly what's going on. I'm just going to get a little bit more comfortable in the chair here. And Drew's rolling around here. Got it within 8 laps, was able to gain 2 laps there on Chelsea. So we are round robin 6 of 8. Class going pretty decent, not too bad. Currently 71 degrees here at Lanes Raceway, 28% humidity. So the cars are primed to be running here. Fall time is in effect in Livermore, Kentucky. Got some side-by-side action there, and just a little bit of a tip out there for a car. Let's see Glenn Burden back there track marshaling again. It was brought to my attention that we wasn't getting enough track marshals down there, so I do thank Glenn for doing that, but I am going to be making it known before the race starts that if this happens again, it's not going to be a good thing. As all of our pro racers are supposed to rotate each heat, it shouldn't be just Glenn Burden and Nathaniel Burden and Randy Kirtley over there with James track marshaling. We need to see Sean, we need to see Guillermo over there track marshaling. Currently tied up 36 and 36 for Chelsea and Drew. But we're seeing big improvements here from Jackie running down there on Black Lane. Not too many wrecks to be had. Running a 2.087. She's right there with Drew and Chelsea. Just a couple hundredths of a second slower. And I mean, that's negligible, folks. Drew Hoagland comes off and gets rammed by Chelsea. Seven seconds left to go in the heat. And that is a lap rotation. And it looks like another 2 laps are going to be given to Drew from Chelsea. She got involved in that one incident there. But we've seen Chelsea with 3 laps every heat. So it's going to be tough for him to gain these extra 5 here. With 2 heats to go, he's going to at least need 1 to tie. He's going to need 1 to gain 3 on her. If he doesn't get that in the next 2 heat, it's just not going to happen. But with them being both side by side, it's going to be really extremely tough for Drew Hoagland to get that without some serious wrecking. The positive thing is Jackie going to be on the outside lane, so there shouldn't be any junk in Chelsea and Drew's lane as she's still trying to learn to race. So it should be a fair race to the end, but fast laps right now, Chelsea Kirtley 2.014 and a 2.026 for Drew. You're looking at 1/100th of a second. That might be half of a car length, if that. So half of a car length per lap. It's going to be very, very tough if they both stay on. Drew Hoagland stalled there at blue, already losing a lap there. So Chelsea up on purple, running a 2.046 to Drew's 2.008. it would be very, oh, and Chelsea's going to let Jackie go by. Jackie's going to flip out of the track there. Guillermo's going to try to get it, put Drew back in. 3 wide, very, very close race, and a little bit of body swap there between Chelsea and Jackie B. But pretty clean racing, to say the least. Chelsea just re-stickering up her white car this week. So her car's looking really good out there. Nice and smooth. We see Drew Hoagland coming off. This is not what he wants. He needs to be gaining laps right now as he's on the lower lane, not losing them. Chelsea's going to hit Jackie's car but stay in the lane with 48 seconds left to go. We might see T, also known as Chelsea, take back her winning from last week. She lost to Drew, and it's looking like this week she might actually get a win under her belt the way it's looking, because she's actually gaining laps here on purple lane where she should technically be losing them. Black lane is faster than purple, but we're seeing 0.04 of a second difference best lap, but you got to keep the car on. And Drew Hoagland, of course, having his car come off several times, 3 times I believe this heat. Chelsea has made it all but 2 times, and that was the second time there that she's came off. And we're going to see a rotation there with Chelsea getting shunted off right there at the end. Chelsea's going to gain 2 laps there on purple, and she's going to drop to black for her final heat. And we're going to see Drew move up to yellow, and pretty much she's going to have black lane to herself. Chelsea going to black with a fastest lap time of 1.977. Drew Hoagland did best her there on black with a 1.943. Just 0.03 of a second difference between those two. So like I said, it's very, very tough, but he did come off several times, therefore losing segment laps. His total segment laps 55 to her 57. Jackie B staying right at the 2.1 range there, so definitely gaining a lot more time there down on yellow. So a 2.112, pretty good for the first showing here. And she's going to have a segment laps of 46. 367 total for Chelsea, 360 for Drew, and 280 for Jackie. So Drew's either got to get 7 laps up on T in this final heat, or T's going to bring it home, also known as Chelsea. Keep calling her T. That's my pet name for her. But Chelsea, let me reiterate that. 7 laps separating first from last, and we're racing right now. Chelsea down on black lane. Got a lane between every single racer here. She is primed and poised for a win here. All she has to do is stay on the track. If she does so, there's no way anybody can catch her. And as good as she was on purple, only getting in a couple of incidents, but that was revolving around other drivers. I believe she's going to have it in the bag here. 92 seconds left to go, and it takes about 2 seconds per lap. So you've got about 40 laps she can make here. And a lot smoother racing from all parties here currently. Drew Hoagland there on yellow, really cranking some out. We're seeing Jackie B here really cranking them out now, finding her rhythm there in dead man corner. She's turning a 2.262, which is relatable against the other racers here. As we see 2 racers simultaneously coming off, neither one of them in contact with each other, just both of them driving it just a hair deep. Chelsea, the only racer yet to have wrecked this heat with 54 seconds left to go. We see Drew Hoagland's car coming off yet again. And we also see Jackie B coming off. So 2 wrecks for them this heat. 0 for Chelsea, turning 39 to Drew's 36. It's a very close racing here. Coming up next is going to be our NASCAR race here at Lanes Raceway. And that's going to be on the blue track. So we'll be getting those set up next. Like I said, guys, if you're watching this, chat is live, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. And do not forget, guys, to go over to Mach 1 Raceway in Virginia. They're hosting the Nationals this weekend, running Group 7 stuff today. So you definitely want to check that out. If you've never seen the fastest slot cars on Earth, there you go. Check it out. They're racing them today for the Nationals. So you want to definitely check that out. That's some of the best racers in the world. Chelsea going to bring it home with 60 laps there. 55 for Drew in his segment. Total laps, no ties. We can go ahead and exit here. We're going to go over here and we're going to give Chelsea her points. So we see Chelsea currently already with 2 points. She's going to gain a point here today, and that's going to put her to 3 wins. So she's definitely happy about that, I'm sure. Now she has 3. She's high up on the hog for sure. Drew now with just 2. Chelsea with 3. Has been a battle between those all season long. And that puts Chelsea currently in 3rd position overall for the fall series. So really excited for Chelsea there. She has a chance at it for sure. But Randy and Sean, they're making it real tough as they have more races that they enter. Nonetheless, we got a great setup of racing here. Chelsea's going to bring it home there with 427 laps. Drew's 415 and 326 for newcomer Jackie B. So great racing for them guys. So we just kind of rotate through here. Didn't have a 1RC race Tuesday. We ended up moving it to Thursday. I think we're going to try to start racing on Thursdays here from now on. And just cut our Tuesday out for the time being until the weather gets really cold. Then we might change it back. But right now, thank you, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday staying open and moving some of that time back. As you guys know, it does take quite a bit of money just to keep the power on in here. There's my brother's new Porsche he just got there. Man, the thing is quick, too. If you guys ain't ever been in one of them things, man, they're outrageously quick. But a beautiful day here at Lanes Raceway. And tell you what, couldn't ask for a better day. Been on the golf cart to get here. Nice gentle breeze, nice and warm. Like I said, guys, next race is actually going to be on our big blue track. So I'm going to set it over here, guys. I'm going to move over there. I'm going to take a small break here and get the cars ready for our NASCAR race. And I'll be right back with you. All right, guys, next up is NASCAR. D7 NASCAR. If you don't have your NASCAR in, have it in by the time I get up there. Going to check them cars. All right, guys, we need track marshals. Up first, going to be Nathaniel Burden, followed by James McCutcheon. Randy Kirtley, third. Brian Vender, fourth. Guillermo Suar, fifth. Sean McCutcheon, sixth. Glenn Burden, seventh. Eighth, Drew Hoagland. Ninth, Gabriel Kirtley. Whenever you're ready, hit the red button, racers. All right, folks, let me make sure my headset's still working. All right, we're good. Nathaniel Burden up first in his red NASCAR here. Quite smooth so far. Turning a 6.274 so far. .663 there. You need to push a little bit harder here. .11 seconds remaining. This will be his last attempt here. All right, Nathaniel Burden currently on pole with a 6.274. Next up, James McCutcheon. On deck, Randy Kirtley. You think that's what's going to happen, Nathaniel? All right, here we go. James McCutcheon up now. And the yellow and white car, sponsored by Lanes Raceway. He's got a big Lanes Raceway sticker on the front. Looking smooth so far here. He keeps getting quicker every week. 6.400 for his first lap. Nothing but improvement can be made here. He's gotten a lot smoother. Oh, that would have been a fast one there. He could save some time if he hit the button, but he chooses not to. He's back on the track there. A little bit of a stutter leaving out. 20 seconds remaining, though. He's got plenty of time to turn a couple more laps here. He's going to have one more chance at a good lap. .308, that's going to be it. All right, James McCutcheon currently second position with a 6.308. Up next, Randy Kirtley. On deck, Brian Vender. Randy Kirtley up next. As he sets his car, he's going to hit the button. All right, Randy Kirtley out of the gate with his orange and yellow car here. I think that's a brand new body. Freshly cut. 5.986, that's going to take pole. 5.849, getting quicker. Ain't no calling the Frost King for nothing, ladies and gentlemen. .25 seconds to make a push here is when you'd want to. The motor's now warmed up. He's ready to roll. 5.780, and he's doing it. I think he's going to get it this time. There he goes. That's going to be his fastest, it looks like. Oh, and he makes it faster. He's got another chance at it. Can he get there? All right, Randy Kirtley on pole. It just kept getting better. 5.682. Up next, Brian Vender, followed by Guillermo Suar. No? Yeah. No. This is a different track, dude. Evidently somebody's ran faster than that. Brian Vender in the silver number 5 car. With a 7.061. Ooh, and a hard hit at the end of it. All right, Brian Vender with a 7.061, currently good for 4th position. Next up, Guillermo Suar, followed by Sean McCutcheon. Guillermo ready here, getting his controller set up. All right, here comes Guillermo in his red car. Crossing the line. First, second, third. That's a snake pit. Camel hump. Round to the horseshoe. 6.050 for the first lap there for Guillermo Suar. Look, I ain't got a head up there, D.
You don't need a head. Let's go.
I know. Well, if you did, you'd have to be where my head's at, but in front of it. All right, Guillermo with a 6.050, 20 seconds remaining. He's still got time to improve. It sounds like his car might be just a smidge tight. He'll be able to work that out during the race, but it does sound tight to the gear. Still going to be good for 2nd position, but... All right, Guillermo Suar, good for 2nd position with a 6.007. Next up, Sean McCutcheon, followed by Glenn Burden.
You okay? You need a drink or anything?
Yeah, I could use a drink. Water would be fine, thank you. I can just see my arm. I'm fully disappearing here. Let me get a little bit closer. There we go. Now I can stretch out. Oh. Sean McCutcheon ready. Biting at the bit here. Look at him. He's serious. He's got a 5.682 to beat. First lap's going to be a 6.222. He's going to turn it to 6.084. That's good for 3rd currently. 6.021, still hanging in that 3rd position. 5.879, that is a 2nd position currently. .847, still hanging in that 2nd position there. He's getting her faster, 5.758, 8 seconds remaining. Even faster yet, 5.754. All right, Sean McCutcheon with a 5.754, currently good for 2nd position. Next up, Glenn Burden, followed by Drew Hoagland. All right, thank you, honey.
You're so welcome. You want kiss kiss?
Next up, Glenn Burden. Still back in view here. Every time T gets up there, it makes me redo the camera. That's the deal with automatic green screen. Glenn Burden also with a new body here. Glenn with a yellow and orange body, easily seen. And nice and smooth. This car's quick. 6.313. .339. This will be his fastest one here. Oh, came off the track there. All right, here's his fast one here. 6.278. All right, 6.278 for Glenn Burden. All right, Glenn Burden with a 6.278. That is good for 5th position. Next up, Drew Hoagland, followed by Gabriel Kirtley. Drew Hoagland here, just got him a new body last week, and he has performed quite well here in this class, and he keeps getting more and more improvement. We usually see him in the A main for sure. Drew Hoagland around and about. Car coming off there. Second to last, here he goes. 9.515 for his first. He's got 42 seconds. 6.156. That's going to put him in the A. .149. He's climbing. 6.140. That's 3rd position currently, or 4th position. All right, Drew Hoagland currently 4th position with a 6.140. Next up, Gabriel Kirtley. Gabriel Kirtley will be our final racer to qualify for a total of 9 racers. And he's ready to go. And here we go. Gabriel Kirtley definitely fast in every class I've seen him racing. We'll see if he can get that pole time here. He's running the 99 Exide, pink and white and blue car. So that's going to get him into the break off. So he's definitely on A, but this one right here should solidify it. 5.828. And that would have been it, folks. All right, Gabriel Kirtley, 3rd position, 5.783. All right, break off is Drew Hoagland. Drew, do you want to go A or B? B? Okay. All right, Drew opting to go to B. Drew, where do you want to go? White.
The other day you were saying that you couldn't randomize it. See right there where it says insert stage drivers by qualifying rank or random? Right there is where you randomize them.
Okay.
Like if we're doing a round
How do I
robin or
get,
whatever.
like, let's say we don't want to run a qualifying. How do I pull people? Do you know? Like, let's say we don't want to run a qualifying session. We just want to put people in to race.
You just put them there, I guess, in race entrance.
Yeah, but see, there's no way to pull anything up.
Oh,
You know what I mean? Like, there's no driver pool for me to pull from.
choose drivers in defined order.
Okay. Let me see what
Add
that says.
drivers to race staging only, but drop into lanes and setouts. Get your,
Well, we'll do that
see
later.
right there where it says add drivers to race staging only, drop to lanes.
Nathaniel, where would you like to go? Glenn? James? Brian? Red? All right, Randy, Sean, Gabriel, Guillermo, track marshal alongside T. Racers, whenever you're fully ready, just one of y'all hit the red button, we'll start the race. Guys, we are live. We don't want to talk about how fast you're going in your cars being live. All right, here we go. Looks like out to an early lead here. We got Drew and Glenn side by side through the camel hump. Glenn in the orange and yellow car coming off there. Drew Hoagland now taking the lead through the camel hump. Drew Hoagland opting to go to B main instead of A main. We got Nathaniel Burton coming off right before the camel hump. Drew Hoagland's car is slamming into the camel hump there. Drew Hoagland back in the mix here. Now Glenn Burton taking the lead on yellow. We got a yellow flag as the red car passed the red stripe, so that is a legal track call button. Your leader Glenn Burton coming around the horseshoe. Now through second, third camel hump as he's coming up on a car, that car being James McCutcheon as they go side by side. Nathaniel Burton coming off. Glenn Burton making the pass on James McCutcheon and gives him a little bit of a boot to let him know he's there. Glenn Burden is not playing games here. He's coming for the win. Glenn Burden through the first and second, third. Now Camel Hump out kind of no man's land. His direct competition, Drew Hoagland and James McCutcheon. As he put James McCutcheon into the wall here, we got a stalled car here. Nathaniel has issues with his car right now. Glenn Burden's car is on rails as he comes through the Camel Hump, trying to put a lap up on Drew. Drew currently 12 laps, but he's going to make it a full lap here just shortly if Glenn can catch him. Glenn biding his time here. As he goes through the Camel Hump side by side with 2 or 3 of the cars. Coming back around here, Nathaniel gets his car back on the front stretch, the red car, dropping down to last place. Ryan Venner pulling up the rear there, but Chelsea gets him put back on. And Drew Hoagland just not giving up without a fight as we get a lane rotation. We have about a track piece between Glenn Burden coming into the Camel Hump and Drew Hoagland in the Camel Hump. And 1 lap difference. So Glenn Burden off to a good start so far. 17 total laps for Glenn. Fastest lap 6.352. And that is going to be our fastest lap turned too. So he's definitely hammering it home there. And he also had the best median time. And they got 2 minutes to fix their cars and get ready for the next heat. Looks like Nathaniel's possibly got a dirty wiper on his controller. Drew Hoagland's best strategy there in the Camel Hump, as you can see, his best strategy would probably be really just to kind of calm down, let the jitters go away, and just kind of run his race. And he will slowly start to progress as his car is a little bit quicker than Glenn Burden's. But do not count Glenn Burden out. That car is on rails today. Looks like it's fun to drive, easy to drive. We just raced ourselves an oval race a while ago. We'll be up at the orange race for the IndyCar here later on. We're going to be running another race here on the blue before we move over to there. And it'll be Indy and Wing Car to end our night on the orange track. Don't forget, we have some 1RC racing here. Now moved to Thursday. I believe we're going to be moving that to Thursdays instead of Tuesdays, just to save a little bit on electricity as we come into the fall season here. We're down a little bit on racers, and we're trying to get that scheduled. If it does balloon out like it did last year, we might move it to its own personal day again. But keeping a personal day just for a couple guys showing up, we just can't feasibly do it. Well, we got to look at the numbers, how much electricity being used. From parking lot, beautiful day out here. Nice day to be at Lanes Raceway. Stop on by. Gentle breezes. Hang out with us. Going back racing, Glenn Burden on orange lane, coming around to the horseshoe on the front stretch, trying to chase down Drew Hoagland. And Drew Hoagland's making it tough. Drew locking them up right there before the horseshoe as he was side by side with another racer. Glenn's going to push the subject, and he's going to get Drew within a section of the track here. About a corner difference between the two. As Drew comes off, Glenn's going to make another lap there on Drew. Drew just needs to dial it back and kind of drive smoothly here, staying out of trouble if he wants to bring home the B main. Glenn Burden, though, he is not making it easy for nobody. He's driving with frost in his veins, cold-blooded as he goes to the first, second, now third corner into the Camel Humps. He's coming up on some lap traffic here. First one, we get a rider off of Glenn Burden. He did not get that lap. He needs to go behind the line there. And that's Glenn's first wreck. So Glenn Burden will get his lap here, and that'll tie him up with Drew Hoagland. But he's got to keep it smooth as butter. So he was coming into that lap traffic there between Brian and his son Nathaniel. He's going to catch Brian first here. Like I said, his car is really on rails. He goes side by side with Brian now through the Camel Hump. He's going to make it out. Car popping off there of red lane. Drew Hoagland currently in second position as he comes off in the second to last turn there. Here comes Glenn Burden again. He's like a shark ready to pounce as he comes up to contact with Drew Hoagland, currently in second there on red lane. And they're side by side with Nathaniel. He comes up. He's still about a track length, just like what we've seen before. Drew's now pushing the subject, and Glenn's going to move him out of his way, and it's going to collect Nathaniel also as Drew comes off 2 times in a row. It seems like when Glenn gets up there, he's putting the intimidation levels to Drew, and Drew is having some trouble with it. Now Drew probably with some fluffed up front braids there. Probably needs to get those fixed a little bit to perform at his best. So on this track, remember, the flatter the braid, the better, especially if you have the front end set perfect. And it looks like Glenn Burden has the car to beat here. He might actually beat a few guys in the A-main the way he's driving right now. He's super smooth and keeping his car on, only coming off one time. 2 seconds left in the heat. First, second, and third corner. We're going to see Glenn Burden's car come to a rest in the third corner there. You see the big bright orange nose of that car and the yellow in the back. Coming up in front of him there on white lane, that is Nathaniel Burden in his red car. But Glenn Burden is in a different class right now than everybody else, turning 18 total segment laps to Drew's 17 and James's 17. Brian Vender was able to turn 15 and Nathaniel 16. So, see, total laps there for Glenn this early on, already 35 laps. He's a couple laps ahead of Drew. It's going to be tough to climb back from that. James McCutcheon with 32, Brian Vender 28, and 24 for Nathaniel. As we see, the fastest lap time there is Drew. That was whenever Glenn's car popped off and rolled for a 2.452. So that's a negligible lap for sure, as we got it set. But nonetheless, very close racing between these guys. James McCutcheon really driving hard too, as he's 32 laps to Drew's 32. So we might see a battle between these two before it's said and done, as we're seeing a lot of these rotations take place. You guys take a quick look here too, see what you see. 52 seconds, we'll be back racing. Racers are starting to head back to their driver stations. Do not forget, we are live, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Come in and join the chat conversation. And also don't forget other things happening at Lanes Raceway. We're going to be having a WOMP race November the 15th, AWRA, American WOMP Racing Association. And then the 7th and 8th, the Flexi Challenge. These guys are coming back. They were here in May. They're coming back again for some more Flexi Challenge racing. Now, we'll have one of our classes that is in that class, the LMP class. We'll be racing that next. So definitely stay tuned for that. Back to racing. Glenn Burden coming through the horseshoe right now. Brian Vender there on his side, first, second, third corners. He makes a pass on Brian Vender side by side with Nathaniel Burden, and he's going to make the pass on the horseshoe, timing it perfect to where he had advantage. Now Nathaniel Burden about 4 car lengths behind him. Glenn Burden is going to try to catch some other lap traffic. Nathaniel Burden actually falling off in turn 1. Glenn Burden on the first, second, now third corners side by side with Brian Vender again. So Brian came off into turn 2. Glenn Burden's going to hammer it home. And now he's back in the middle portion of the track again. That's a hard hit from our third position, James McCutcheon there in the camel hump. We'll see him get put back on. Now Glenn Burden's coming up on James McCutcheon. As we see James McCutcheon come around the horseshoe, Glenn Burden is poised for attack. He's got him within about 6 car lengths. James not making it easy. He's very close to the same lap times as what we're seeing with Drew Hoagland. But I'm talking these guys are side by side, linking it together as they go through turn 1, 2. Now and Glenn Burden coming off for the second time this race. We're going to see Sean McCutcheon get him put back on. This gives him a little bit of leeway in about middle of the track to everybody else. And we can see him side by side Brian Vender. He's going to make a quick pass here, and Brian Vender is going to come off second to the last corner. Coming up to the camel hump yet again, Glenn is by himself running a decent white lane here. Currently 6.361 best lap time. Not the best lap time. Drew Hoagland's got that with a 6.103, but Glenn Burden doing an exceptional job on white lanes. We see him come off for a third time there, second time this heat. Drew Hoagland's coming up on his backside, pushing the limits here. Drew Hoagland's wanting to get some of those laps back. Glenn's holding him off, but Drew's wanting to make a move. He's going to try to make it on the outside. What is this, a cold trickle move? As we see, couldn't hold it, and James McCutcheon comes off. Now, Drew Hoagland making a little bit of an advancement there on Glenn Burden, actually gaining just a hair back from Glenn Burden, and we're going to see total laps for Drew. He's going to gain one on Glenn. Total laps 51 for Drew, 52 for Glenn. So Glenn's still going to gain 1 lap up on the crowd. But what a little bit of a battle we've seen between Drew and Glenn there at the final portion of that heat. Glenn Burden with a fast lap of 6.361, current segment leader number 2 for this heat. The first time he's lost segment lead as we go into the midway journey of this track. Total laps 52. Drew's able to gain 1 back there. Now total laps of 51 for Drew Hoagland. Drew Hoagland with the fastest lap time of 6.103, 82 seconds left to go before we go into racing. We'll let you guys see what I can see here. If I can click the right thing, there we go. You are getting to see pictures of the outside of Livermore, Kentucky. 68 seconds left to go before we go back green racing. These guys are really working hard. Now, Glenn Burton's going to be on one of the tougher lanes coming into red lane. Drew Hoagland's going to be moving to blue lane, which is one of the easier lanes. So he's going to gain some time on Glenn. Glenn's best strategy here is just to run what red lane can run. If he knows that information, he'll know about what red lane can run. Just hold his own and stay out of trouble. James McCutcheon on orange lane. Him and Drew's been battling it out. As you can see, their total laps 48 to 51. Still a bit of a battle here. James needs to try to push here on blue and stay with Drew and try not to get involved in too much of the drama with Brian and Nathaniel. Nathaniel there at 41 laps having some troubles early on with his controller and his car. We'll see if he can make a comeback. Green lane is definitely the beginnings of making a comeback. All the racers getting lined up there. We see Nathaniel in the green hat, James McCutcheon, Glenn Burton, our leader by 1 lap. Drew Hoagland there in the black, and Brian Vender there in the red pink shirt. And here we go, folks, back to racing. Your leader, 1, 2, 3, now into coming up. Both of them collected there as we see both of the cars coming off in turn 3. Having an issue here getting the car put back on. And we see Sean McCutcheon there with the car in his hand. I don't know whose car it is, but it looks to be our leader. Ooh. It was a good track call for Glenn Burton there, as it was taking a little bit of extra time for the track marshal to get the car in. So Glenn just needs to let that go and worry about his red lane, keeping focus. Camel hump! Track! Track! It looks like Nathaniel having some serious issues with his controller here as he's unplugging one controller and hooking another one up. So the wiper button on Nathaniel Burton's controller having some issues there. They're going to have to take a look at that controller. He's going to revert back to his old school controller from the basement days. In the camel hump is currently your leader, Glenn Burton, but Drew Hoagland now taking the lead. As we see Glenn Burton getting collected there by another car coming off in the horseshoe. The hardest part after having 3 bad things happen to you is just keeping the cool and trying to make up for it. Drew Hoagland here is sliding between some of these wrecks here as he's in turn 1, a full front stretch difference from Glenn Burton. Glenn Burton there, of course, giving up the lead just then. We're going to focus in now on Drew Hoagland on blue lane. Like I said, he's going to be able to turn some faster laps. Drew most comfortable on blue lane as he does a lot of qualifying test runs with his car. So as you know that, as a racer, you got to play those techniques, knowing that a guy, he's constantly on blue lane. Side by side there, James McCutcheon. Drew Hoagland's coming off, and Glenn Burton's going to gain just a little bit there. But Drew Hoagland is still in the lead side by side with Nathaniel as we see a hard hit coming off the track there. That's going to be Brian Vender. His car not moving, turn 1. Something's happening. Gabriel Kirtley's looking at it. You can hit the track. So we're going to have a small little, what's wrong with it? Motor knocked out. So Sean McCutcheon trying to get a hot iron here. We got a motor out, a little bit of a red flag condition. Everybody needs to gather their thoughts here. Right now, Glenn Burton, I know he's feeling some intense feelings here. Best time right now, just take a breather, maybe even squat down like a football player and just catch your breath. Glenn Burden, of course, losing the lead right now, but it's still very close. He's 10 laps to Drew's 11. They're on the same lap together. Drew is on one end of the track there in the third to last corner, and Glenn is on the first corner. That's the difference between first and second. As you can see there, the car in the third to last corner, that's Drew Hoagland, your leader. We go over here to turn 2. You can see the car right there in the first corner, barely on the far left-hand corner of your screen. That's your second position, Glenn Burden. You can see him better from this screen, it looks like, with a orange front nose and yellow back end. So Brian Vender using his 1 minute and 20 seconds that we allow for these guys to race in our normal series. He's got 1 minute left to get this motor set. We see Sean working diligently at the end of turn 1 there with his gray shirt, trying to get that motor put back into position. Sean's pretty good about quick repairs. Last week, I believe he fixed Nathaniel Burden's wing car with some track turning stickers to keep the body from pulling the pin out. So that's pretty cool. Excuse me, folks. But we do have an exciting little race here. I'm really enjoying it. Now, Glenn and James both turning 10 laps here. We see James there with 58 total laps. But we got a little bit of a race between Nathaniel and Brian Vender at 50. So we got a battle, Nathaniel and Brian on green and purple for 50. And we got a battle for first place with Drew and Glenn with 62. James McCutcheons, he's fairly in the middle, but he's got a chance at this. This is the first time I can actually say that James has actually had a chance at winning a race here. He's just got to try to stay out of the stuff too and not wreck. All these guys' cars are running exceptionally well as we focus in on our leader. First, second, third. Now Camel Humps, he's going to put a lap up on second place, Glenn Burden. We can see how quick these things can change. Brian Vender's car coming off in the second to last corner. And your leader going across the start-finish line again now with 66 total laps. We see Glenn Burden's car coming off there. Drew also came off, so it's about a wash right there. Both these guys. Oh, so we got 2 cars involved in an incident. And it's good. It looks like he got them put back on. Camel Hump, a rough race segment for several people. Glenn Burden, 15 laps tied with Nathaniel, but Drew Hoagland staying out of a lot of the trouble, only wrecking twice that heat with 18 laps. So it's going to pull him up into the lead pretty substantially. Take a look here at the right display. We can see Drew Hoagland rotating to purple. Glenn's going to rotate to green now. He's going to be able to stretch his legs a little bit and maybe push a little bit harder because he was 5/10 of a second down fastest lap time that previous, just from all the wrecks and incidents that he was collected in. But nonetheless, he can come back from this for sure and make another battle, as he's got 67 total laps to Drew Hoagland's 69. That's only 2 laps of difference between the two. And being that Drew did qualify quite a bit quicker than Glenn Burden, Glenn is definitely not giving up without a fight here, as we're seeing some more average medians here. Now, of course, the previous heat was Glenn's worst heat that he's had. Other than that, he's been on rails. So he's just got to collect himself and gain those 2 laps that he needs to make a battle here. James McCutcheon at 63, like I said, total laps. He's going to have to make a little bit of a push there. 15 laps tied up Nathaniel and Glenn that previous heat. He's going to be needed to make 16 or 17 laps to their 15 to be able to make those gains that he needs to try to catch Drew Hoagland. Brian Vender there at 55 having some motor trouble. His motor completely coming out of his car. Used his 1 minute and 20 seconds during the previous segment to get that fixed. No time lost as we're moving on into our next segment. 5 of 8. Still plenty of racing for these guys to go. James McCutcheon, he's already ready. He's sitting there working on his glasses, turning on his high-definition glasses right now, getting ready to go. Nathaniel Burden, Drew Hoagland, Brian Vender. Now Glenn Burden coming into the picture. 10 seconds to go, and we got our track marshals going to go back up and get ready as we get ready back here on Worlds 1. Your leader currently, Drew Hoagland, purple lane. Hard hit into the wall. Something happened. Don't know what's going on. Maybe hopefully somebody got their car controllers hooked up right. Drew Hoagland currently in the horseshoe right now. He is your leader as he comes around to the start-finish line. 1, 2, now 3, going into the camel hump. Randy Kirtley getting Brian Vender put back on black. Drew Hoagland coming out, giving Glenn about a backstretch right there of a gain. That's what Glenn needs to do. Bide his time and make those small incremental grips to climb his way back to the top. Your leader now in second, now camel hump, and he's coming around to the horseshoe trying to catch Nathaniel Burden in turn 1, 2, now 3. So we can see here that purple lane of Drew Hoagland across the start-finish line. We got a wreck here in second, and he's going to make it through somehow. He's going to skull crush that car and still make a way through as we see him rolling around now horseshoe. Glenn Burden close behind trying to gain one of those laps. Hard hit into the camel hump here. That is your leader. As he comes off again, he's going to have to collect himself here. He's going to lose the lead. As he narrowly misses another wreck here. He's coming up side by side with Brian Vender. Brian Vender's going to collect 3 cars, and that's going to be a track call as they're all in the red zone. So right now, as we take a small breather here, Glenn's already gained 1 lap here at 77 to Drew's 78. So he's fighting back here. Best lap time of 6.490 for Drew, and Glenn's besting that by 0.08 of a second. And that's what it's going to take, just small incremental changes to make that push as both of these guys are battling with everything they got. Glenn Burden there leading the way in front of Nathaniel Burden as they come across the first, second, now third corner. He is leading the train. Nathaniel Burden pushing hard, a hard hit into the camel hump. That's going to be White Lane James McCutcheon. He's currently running third position, really hitting it hard. Just tough, hard hit right there. Got another car coming off. That would be Brian Vender's car coming off in turn 2. Glenn Burden making those micro moves, staying out of trouble as we see 2 cars, James McCutcheon, Brian Vender coming off. Glenn's going to dodge it. 5 seconds left to go. Glenn Burden's going to come off the first time this heat, but not very detrimental as that was in turn 1. 18 laps for Glenn, 18 laps for Nathaniel, 16 for Drew, as we're seeing Glenn and Drew now back on the same lap. Drew is currently 3 corners ahead of Glenn Burden. We see Glenn Burden there in the first corner here. You can see the bright orange nose of his car coming out of 1. He's got second, third, and then camel hump. Right out of the exit of camel hump is Drew Hoagland. That's the difference between first and second currently here. So let's go over here and take a look at some of these statistics here as we check out the right display. Drew Hoagland right now, fastest lap 6.473. Going to be bested that time by Glenn Burden and Nathaniel. Nathaniel actually turning the best lap time of 6.349. So he's going to be gaining some too there with that 18 laps he turned. Glenn Burden with a 6.361. Best average median lap between Glenn and Nathaniel, hardly a hair between the two. A 6.575 and a 6.571. So we're talking 10 thousandths of a second here. Nonetheless, 85 and 85 total laps for Drew and Glenn as they're on the same lap. 78 for James McCutcheon there in third. Now the battle is ensuing as Nathaniel Burden's got some stuff worked out. He's pushing hard. 4 laps difference from James McCutcheon in third position. Brian Vender there with 68 laps, having some trouble coming through some of the later portions of the track, but he's trying to learn it, and he's figuring it out. Got a lot of racing left to go. We're going into segment 6 of 8 with 28 seconds left to go before we get there. We're going to head over to the point system. This is what the guys are racing for. One of these guys wants a win under their belt. Now, this is our B main, so they're still going to have to beat everybody that's coming up out of the A main with their laps. But nonetheless, it doesn't change that they're having a race here for sure, and a pretty clean one at that. Nice, beautiful day here at Lanes Raceway. Come on in, hang out with us, check it out. You might fall in love with a little bit of slot car racing. We got plenty of it here. Here we go, guys. We're going to see those 4 lights dropping out to a green, and we're going racing. Current leader going across the start-finish line. 1, 2, now 3. Into camel hump, we got trouble, but he's going to make it past it. And that trouble was on red lane. That's James McCutcheon having trouble. But your leader now in the camel hump coming up, trying to catch James McCutcheon and Glenn Burden. Glenn Burden's going to have to make a little bit of a push here. Glenn Burton coming off in the horseshoe, about giving it up to Drew Hoagland. Drew Hoagland's wanting to put a lap up on him, but Glenn Burton just needs to fight it, and he needs to push. He's pushing about. What he's pushing now is perfect. As we see Drew Hoagland getting caught in a wreck here, this is going to make big differences. Drew coming off again. This is going to make huge differences as they're now within a corner of each other again. You see two cars coming off there. Three cars now. Glenn Burton coming off in the horseshoe. Horseshoe been a dangerous corner this heat. Right now, Drew Hoagland still in the lead as we see Glenn Burton having trouble there in turn one. Your leader coming across start-finish line right there. 1, 2, now 3. He's calming her down. Drew Hoagland's trying to run his own race here. And black lane's tough to run, but he's keeping the car on. So we got another car coming off in the middle. That was James McCutcheon in turn 2. Glenn Burton there going through Camel Hump right now as he's trying to make some pushes here and keeping it in tow. Currently right now 14 laps from first all the way down to fourth. So nobody really making so many mistakes that they're not on the same lap. Glenn Burton needs to kind of calm her down on the entry of the horseshoe. 5 seconds left to go, and we see a car coming off on red. That's James McCutcheon. That's going to put him in the 16 range. So Drew and Nathaniel both turning 17. We're seeing Nathaniel gain another lap up on James McCutcheon. So Nathaniel with 91, James with 94. We'll see him trying to move in to that third position. And if he gets that third position, will he fight to try to take Glenn on is the question up next. I would say he's going to try his best, to say the least. So we go over here and take a look here. We can see Drew going to be rotating the yellow. His fastest lap time there was a 6.478. Not as good as Glenn or James. Glenn and James both turning a 6.321. His median even not as good as he had several incidents there, but his average lap is where it got it, because he may not have had really good median times, but his average lap, he kept his car on more often, and that would affect your average lap. So 7.150 for Drew, and that's going to put him in the segment number 1 because of that, because he was able to keep his car on more than anybody else on the track. So total laps for Drew Hoagland, 102, 101 for Glenn Burton, 94 for James McCutcheon, Nathaniel Burton, 91, and Brian Vender, 82. So pretty close race here as we're heading into our next segment, 7 of 8. And kind of take a peek here and look at these racers. They start lining up. Nathaniel Burton right now battling to get that third position. He knows he's only 3 laps down. He's going to really try to push against James McCutcheon. We see Sean McCutcheon currently right now over there looking at a car. Let's see if I can get that picture for you. You can see him with far left. You can see him holding James's car. James looking at the monitor right now to see what's going on. But we got 27 seconds before we go back green racing. Been a pretty solid race here. Very, very good battles here, to say the least, and a huge battle between Drew and Glenn. There's only 1 lap difference between each other. We've seen a fluctuation of 3 laps between both these racers. Drew's been down 3, Glenn's been down 3. Now we're kind of equalizing out a little bit here at 102, 101. Still anybody's race here, and these guys are hardcore, to say the least. All right, we're going to see 4 red lights dropping out to green. Hopefully we can get some track marshals here where things happen. Drew Hoagland coming around the horseshoe first corner. He's side by side. Oh, Glenn Burton coming off there. We're missing a track marshal maybe? No, we got one of our track marshals over there. Okay. So best place for Sean would probably be right there, most likely. So Glenn's going to take a hit right there pretty much. But nonetheless, Glenn and Drew side by side. Glenn's taking the inside there in the orange tipped car as he comes around the horseshoe with Drew. Drew has got some really legs there as we see Glenn's car getting hit by Nathaniel, I believe. Him and Nathaniel made some contact possibly. Coming off in the horseshoe. That's going to give Drew a full backstretch length lead. Glenn's going to have to dial her down and kind of run his race. Oh, as we see a hard hit there, Brian Vender is getting hit by Nathaniel Burden's car. But Glenn Burden needs to stretch his legs in front of Nathaniel just a little bit. He can't be giving nothing up to Nathaniel. Oh, and then Glenn's going to come off in turn one there by Gabriel Kirtley. Drew Hoagland now in the camel hump, your leader, as he moves through now on the horseshoe. He's riding smooth and staying out of trouble. He's going to have to wait there for Nathaniel as Nathaniel comes off. And him and Nathaniel now side by side through the horseshoe. Nathaniel got a little bit longer legs, it seems, in his car than Drew, but Drew is exceptionally gifted when it comes to the final three corners of this track and the entry into camel hump. Now side by side with second place, Glenn Burden through the camel hump. Now going into the horseshoe, we see Drew Hoagland and Glenn Burden both tied up with each other. A little bit of bullhorns action, I guess you would say. And Nathaniel Burden also caught up in that mix. Drew Hoagland side by side with Brian Vender. He's going to make the pass easily. And something's happening here. Ryder, I think. Ryder under the bridge, a definitely dangerous spot to be when it comes to riders. And that was Glenn Burden, actually, that's in the rider position. Glenn dropping down 2 laps. Drew Hoagland running a smooth and beautiful yellow lane. Drew Hoagland coming around turn one as he comes in side by side with someone poised to take over that third position. Nathaniel Burden in the red car, first corner, second corner, third corner, side by side. And Nathaniel not giving up nothing. Brian Vender coming off in the second to last corner. They narrowly missed that incident. Now our leader in the horseshoe coming up on James McCutcheon's yellow car, side by side with him, and our second position underneath the bridge as he was trying to get another lap on Glenn. So he was able to capitalize on 2 laps there against Glenn, stretching his lead to more of what we were seeing in the qualifying session here. Drew Hoagland now turning those better lap times. I think he's found his comfortable feel here with the car, and it's going to be very tough now for Glenn to catch that as he's gotten quite comfortable with his car. Taking over here to the right display, we can see how comfortable he's gotten. He is literally 0.3 faster than anybody else on the track right now. At a 6.084, we can't downplay how well Drew Hoagland ran that last heat. His median is 6.271, but that average lap, 7.064, 0.5 of a second faster than everybody else that previous lap. That's why he was able to turn 18 laps to the next closest, James McCutcheon, at 17. James McCutcheon not giving it up without a fight. He's hanging on to that third position, and he was able to increase that lead by 1 lap to Nathaniel Burden of his 107. So as it states right now, 120 for Drew Hoagland in first, 117 for Glenn Burden, 3 laps down in second, 111 for James McCutcheon, 107 for Nathaniel Burden, and Brian Vender, 95, poised to hit that 100 mark here in the next segment. Our final segment of the race, folks, and it's been a good race, and we still got lots of sunshine and a beautiful day here at Lanes Raceway. Hope everybody's going to enjoy their Labor Day weekend. We're blessed to have as many people here on Labor Day weekend as we do. No chats here today. I'm very surprised by that. But we are live, YouTube, Facebook, and YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch if you want to check us out. Currently right now, I guess I'm the only guy online. It looks like one person. I don't know. Nonetheless, it's for the racers. These guys really enjoy it. Hope you guys enjoy it when you do watch it. Please like, share, and subscribe. It helps the guys out, helps us out. We'll have some orange racing coming up here shortly, but right now it's back to racing for our final heat. And here we go. Back in the mix, your leader. Second corners, we get a car flipped off the track. That's a track call. Glenn Burden going to get collected there. Him and James McCutcheon in turn 3. Brian Vender's car did a cartwheel off the track, got caught by the netting. Your leader's underneath the bridge right now, coming out into the third to last corner. Here we go. Drew Hoagland running smooth as he goes across the first, second, now third corner. Brian Vender coming off in the second to the last corner. Right now, Drew is running smooth as you would expect there on Orange Lane, finishing up on it. It's going to be not too much difference between it and Blue Lane, where he actually performs the best as he's making a clean pass here on Glenn Burden. Him and Glenn been battling all race long. The past 2 heats, though, Drew has really shined like he did qualifying. So unless Drew just has a full speed come apart here, we're probably going to see him bring home the B main here today. And we'll be writing his name down, and hopefully he can compete with those in the A main. Nathaniel Burton coming off in turn 2. Glenn and Drew battled it out for so long. Now we see Drew coming off. He's going to get slapped back on in turn 2. A little bit of wiggle there. Guillermo Sire putting Brian Vender back on the third to last corner. We got 2 off here. Glenn Burton and Nathaniel Burton in turn 3. Sean McCutcheon quick to get them put back on there. Your leader coming up on the horseshoe right now. Just about a turn segment between him and second position. That's a track call there as we get 2 off in the bridge, and Drew is going to make it skate through as he makes a front stretch push here, turning the most laps so far at 15 total laps. 26 seconds left in the heat, and Drew's going to bring it home, folks. There's no way anybody can catch him currently with the amount of time left in this race, as he just needs to just sit back and not tear his car up so he can have it for next week. 4 wide, 2 of them getting shunted as we see Glenn and James McCutcheon both. Randy Kirtley going to fix the car there and get it slotted in. Sometimes instead of being extremely quick to grab cars to try to get them back in, it's best to lift the car up and then put it in when it's safe so that you know the car's going in. Drew Hoagland going to bring it home in this B main at 139 total laps. What's his number, Dad? Drew's. Yeah. 28. At 139. All right, and that is the race over. And Drew Hoagland's going to finish with 139 total laps. It was a rough start and a big, huge battle between him and Glenn all race long. But there towards the end, Drew kind of got his nerves about him, and he made away in the past 2 heats. And that's what it takes, folks. So we're going to go ahead and exit out of this one. And the next one up is going to be Defense 7 yet again. We're going to clear all these racers here. Dad, where you want to go? Blue? Sean, where would you like to go? Yeah. Green? Gabriel? What color? Blue and green are gone. Purple? Guillermo? White? All right, guys, we're ready to race. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick before we start. Guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. right. Let me check my headset. All right, we're back. Good, good, good. All right, we need track marshals. T. If you raced in the B, you track marshal the A. Thank you, guys. Guys, whenever y'all are ready, y'all just hit the button. Here we go, folks. A main action here at Lanes Raceway. Off to an early lead. Gabriel Kirtley in the X side. 99 flipping into the horseshoe as he gets sent to the ground there. Gonna check those braids. That was identical to an Uncle Dana move. That was identical to one. Now out in the lead is Blue Lane Randy Kirtley as he comes across the start-finish line. Now second, third, Camel Hump. Gabriel Kirtley coming off in the red zone there. Going to hit the button, get his car put back on. This is proper. So if your car comes off in the red lane or on the back stretch of any track, you hit the button. Do not yell track. Or try to pick the car up, for that matter. Randy Kirtley running smooth as he goes through the Camel Hump here. He's kind of out there by himself right now, but he's making laps and he's making time. Gabriel Kirtley having trouble with his car yet again, coming off in turn two. Haven't heard some quick lap times, but having some stability issues there with his car as it's wanting to tilt just a hair too much, and he's not quite used to it yet. Randy Kirtley there biding his time, running a little bit slower than some of the faster racers, but he's still quite quick. Excuse me. As he was able to pull pole here, and his car seems to be quite planted. The back end not swafting back and forth as much as some of the other racers. And plus, right here being Blue Lane, that is the qualifying lane. This is where most people get the majority of their lap times in, is here on Blue Lane. Now, Randy Kirtley is coming up on a car here. That car is Sean McCutcheon. Sean McCutcheon tied currently in second position here. Randy Kirtley's wanting to make that pass if he can. So we get a car coming off. That is Guillermo Sire now moving into third position. Randy Kirtley and Sean McCutcheon side by side in turn three. As we see Randy Kirtley going to make this push. He's going to make the pass, and he is going to be heading on out of town in the NASCAR here. Keeping his wits about him here as he comes up on the third position there. Guillermo Sire. Gabriel Kirtley is going to come off on red lane and get his car slotted. Everybody can get their nerves about him and calm them down a little bit while they wait for that to take place. Guillermo Sire, Guillermo's body possibly smashed here. As Guillermo and Gabriel both get involved in an incident there. Guillermo's car is unrecognizable currently here as his body is completely hindered. Randy Kirtley in the lead, 17 laps. Sean McCutcheon, 16. Gabriel Kirtley, 15. Guillermo Sire, 15. .11 seconds remaining in this first round robin heat. Randy Kirtley is side by side with Gabriel Kirtley, playing a dangerous move here. He needs a move. Gabriel Kirtley is going to come off in the third to last corner there, giving Randy a little bit of pressure relief. And Randy is almost poised to get another lap up on Sean McCutcheon there. And that's going to be the end of the heat here. Randy is going to move to purple. We're going to see Sean have his opportunity there on Blue Lane. 2 minutes for a rotation here. I'll take you guys over to the right display here so you guys can see it a little bit bigger. We'll see you guys here in about 100 seconds. Seeing some of the racers return back to their slot car controllers here. Guillermo Sire, Randy Kirtley, Gabriel Kirtley there on the end. Getting ready. 14 seconds for green racing. 14 seconds. Sean better haul the mail if he knows what's good for him. 6 seconds. Four racers here in the A main here. Sean McCutcheon back in business here on blue lane. As we are rolling. Randy Kirtley across the start finish line first, second, third. As he's coming up on Sean McCutcheon. Sean McCutcheon now on blue lane. Most of the practice done on blue lane from these guys. They're always trying to beat each other qualifying. So Randy's probably going to fall off just a hair when it comes to time, but he's going to try to keep his wits about him. Side by side with Gabriel Kirtley. He's going to have to watch that. Gabriel's going to let him by. That's a commendable thing for a racer to do. And it does not go unnoticed by the racers for sure. When you are kind to let people go by, they will let you go by when you're faster. Randy Kirtley here staying out in that lead on the NASCAR track. The D7 Cup cars. Sorry, I shouldn't call them NASCARs because they're not technically NASCARs. Some of them have NASCAR-looking liveries on them, but they are Cup cars. Running Eagle Motors, Champion Turboflex chassis from Mid-America, straight out of the box, same gear ratio that they come with. And I'll tell you what, makes for some good racing, especially on the flat track. I really like the NASCARs on the flat track. I think they, or the Cup cars on the flat track, I think they do really good. Growing up like me, watching NASCAR races, it's hard not to say NASCAR, but, you know, NASCAR is NASCAR. This is slot cars. So it's Cup cars, what they're called. As we see Sean McCutcheon grabbing his car, he's doing something to it. I don't know what he's doing here, but it's 30 seconds. I don't know what he's doing here. Is his car blowing up? Might see its last leg here. It does look slow. Tremendously slow at that. If I was him, as slow as it is, I would definitely go in for a motor swap. Just take my car. 6 seconds left to go. And it looks like he's going to try to do something like that. Did you blow a motor, Sean? Randy Kirtley in the lead, 19 laps that segment, 38 total, 35-35 for Guillermo and Gabriel, as Gabriel's coming out of nowhere here, trying to fight his way back up. Sean McCutcheon now with 34 after a dead car. That car is in bad shape. It's slow. His average lap is 7.408. That's a full second off from Guillermo's time. Randy Kirtley with a 6.301 average. He's out front by a substantial amount. If Sean wants to have any chance at coming back from this, he's going to have to do a quick motor swap in 76 seconds and do his 1 minute and 20 seconds. He's knocking the carbon dust out of his motor, but it's probably the brushes are cooked in it. They're saying they used this motor last week, so, and it was cooked then. It's going to be cooked now, so. He's giving her old goose over there with the power supply. You guys can hear it. 20 seconds remaining. Unless he wants to take a minute and 20 seconds to fix it. He's going to get it back out there. Good luck, Sean. 4 red lights dropping out. Here we go. It did pick it up a little bit, surprisingly. Will it be enough to make it through this heat? It has lost all top end on the straight stretch, though, but very aggressive through the corners. Randy Kirtley side by side now with Guillermo Sire, holding his own. Guillermo's wanting to make a push. to try to gain a lap or so for Randy. As Randy comes up, Frost King comes up side by side with Sean McCutcheon and just passes him. Sean's getting his car pulled. He's going to have to make some moves here to fix that car. We'll see what Sean comes up with. He'll probably take a heat here to try to figure that out. He could hit the button and take 1 minute and 20 seconds, but I guess he just wants the race to continue on. He probably knows that he's already out anyway by this time. In this A main class, you wreck once or twice, you're pretty much out of the race. So with this many laps lost, he can just get it ready for next week, it looks like. Down to 3 racers here. Gabriel Kirtley and Guillermo Sire side by side in the camel hump. Gabriel Kirtley a little bit quicker than Guillermo here in his red car. Last week, Guillermo was a force to be reckoned with. Gabriel Kirtley coming into the mix here, now making a pass. Randy Kirtley coming off for his first time. Gabriel Kirtley having some issues getting the car on there. Randy Kirtley now back up front since we see Guillermo and Gabriel's car coming off twice. We're seeing a difference here of a lap in between all of them. Randy turning 17 to Guillermo 17. Somehow or another, Guillermo had another lap than Randy, but nonetheless, Gabriel there also 17. And there we go. Guillermo 19, Randy 19, Gabriel 18. Sean there with 5 as he's still working on his car there, possibly out for the race. We'll be heading next segment to segment 4. Going to take you guys over to the right display, let you look at some of the fast times. We'll be back with you in about 100 seconds. All right, folks, we're back to racing. Here we go. 4 red lights dropping out to green. Gabriel and Guillermo side by side as they come around the horseshoe. Both of them running approximately the same speed, pretty close. Gabriel gaining in some spots, but Guillermo gaining on the front stretch there. Guillermo's coming off turn 2. Gabriel's going to make the push. Randy Kirtley there buying his own time there. Got good downforce, good plant. Randy Kirtley got good plant on his car there in the yellow lane. Gabriel Kirtley hitting the track button as he came off in between the red stripes. Laps to beat is 139 laps from Drew Hoagland. Gabriel Kirtley actually catching Randy Kirtley's orange and yellow car here as he comes through turn 1. As they get side by side here in the camel hump. Gabriel wanting to make that pass bad. He's wanting to gain some of those laps back. And he's going to make the pass there on our current leader, Randy Kirtley. Randy Kirtley doing the wise decision, just holding that constant speed, not coming off. This has paid off for sure. Gabriel Kirtley coming off, and just like that, Randy's going to make all that time back. Gabriel Kirtley with the fastest lap time, 5.782 to Guillermo's 5.881. Randy there with a 6.063. So he's about 0.3 off from everybody else, but he's just biding his time, running his race, staying out of wrecks. Everybody else currently having to make the push. Randy, not so much. Randy's going to turn 19th. Everybody else is 20 laps there. Randy currently in the lead by 2 laps. So Randy is going to have to start pushing because these guys are staying on quite well. Heading over to the right display here. Randy's going to rotate to orange. His average lap is a 6.392, which is just about 0.04 of a second less, less than Gabriel Kirtley there, the 3.29. And, Gabriel was able to get that from his fast lap times. His median's extremely fast, 5.914. But Guillermo, he was down a few tenths from the average, and Randy's median time was down a tenth. So it's very, very close racing. Like I said, guys, it's going to boil down to here in the next few heats. Now rolling into segment 5 of 8, Randy is going to have to push just a little bit harder to stay in that lead if Guillermo continues the trend that he is here with a 5.881 fast lap time. Guillermo is quite quick here. 19 laps for Randy, 20 for Guillermo, 20 for Gabriel Kirtley. Sean McCutcheon still out as he's still working on his car, trying to figure it out. 76 total laps, 74 for Guillermo, 73 for Gabriel, and 39 Sean. All right, some of the racers coming back here. And we're fixing to race, folks. Side by side, Randy and Gabriel. Gabriel pushing out in front of him just a little bit again. Randy not making it easy. Randy now catching Gabriel. And Randy's going to get involved in an incident with Guillermo Sire, giving Gabriel a little bit of leeway. Randy Kirtley now in the camel hump. Coming across the start-finish line. Gabriel Kirtley coming out of 2. Randy's going to make that pass and gain a little more. This is the tight, tried, tested, and true strategy of the Frost King, Randy Kirtley, that works so often here at Lanes Raceway, and the reason why he has so many wins. It's just he keeps his cool. He runs what the car can safe and comfortably run, which typically is quite quick, and keeps the car on until the motor starts laying down. Then he replaces it and gets it back to spec and does the same thing over again. Gabriel Kirtley coming off there in the horseshoe. Lose a little bit more there. Randy Kirtley still pushing it. And that is in between the red zone there. And his body's coming off. Pin popped out. Up next will be our LMP class on the blue track. .20 seconds remaining in the heat. Randy Kirtley still your leader as he comes around the horseshoe. First corner, second corner, third. Up in front of him in the red car is Guillermo Sire. Guillermo Sire is currently second position. And Randy is actually gaining on the second position. So this is Randy's race to lose. As long as his car stays the way it is, I don't think anybody's going to catch him at this point. But he's just got to stay steady and true like he has been. We'll go over here to the display again. Let you guys take a peek at these numbers. Randy Kirtley out there by several tenths of a second fast lap, and his average scorching by about 5/10 of a second on average, and his median the same. So he ran an exceptional orange lane there, folks. He's currently 96 laps to the tied Guillermo and Gabriel at 92, and they're about a half of a track difference between each other. And Guillermo is edging out Gabriel by a half a track. Sean McCutcheon pretty much is out. He is trying to get a pinion put on a car, but he's pretty much out of the race this week. Next week is our midway race. So we're going to have a little bit of special racing going on here, a little bit different than we usually do. And here we go, back to racing. Randy Kirtley, your leader, side by side with Guillermo Sire through turn one, and now on the camel hump. He's got him a little bit of a lead here against Guillermo now. Gabriel Kirtley currently pulling up the rear. He's got to try to catch Guillermo first, then possibly think about catching Randy. Randy and Guillermo, neither one of them giving an inch. Still more of the same this lap 1, 2, and 3. Gabriel Kirtley trying his best to catch Gabriel with a 6.086. He is slower than the rest of the guys. Randy Kirtley there with an exceptional 5.960, now 3.0. Gabriel now picking up the pace at 6.037, but he's going to come off the track there, and that's going to cost him. Randy and Gabriel now side by side. Randy actually right on the back end of Gabriel. This cannot feel good for him. The intimidation factor is strong for sure. Randy a little bit slower on the straight stretch, and Gabriel a little bit quicker through the camel hump. But it has paid off all race long for Randy as he has just kept that car in tow, running smooth as butter. And with no incidents too, this also pays off a lot for Randy Kirtley here, as that helps his nerves. Whenever you're not in a lot of incidents, you can kind of keep a lot more calm and collected. Those that are involved in a lot of wrecks and stuff, they just don't have the zone push as much. But Gabriel Kirtley is doing exceptional, fending him off. Oh, Randy's going to come off right at the end in turn 3. Randy Kirtley with a 5.893. Gabriel with a 5.932. About a tenth of a second different between each other. I'll show you guys the right display as we're going to be going into round robin 7 of 8 next. And Randy Kirtley is out in a good substantial lead here by 4 laps. Drew Hoagland still currently in the lead with 139. We're probably going to see that change either this heat or the beginning of the next heat. But it looks like every one of these racers are going to be able to take him. Getting a little bit later in the afternoon. A beautiful day still here at Lanes Raceway. Hard to beat. Still a nice breeze that looks flowing. These guys are racing for a point. They want to win point for sure. Gabriel Kirtley with 1. Randy with a total of 8. Sean with 4. Chelsea with 3. Nathaniel with 2. Guillermo with 2. And Drew with 2. Chats live, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Stop on by, join in on the conversation, hang out with us. And don't forget to like and subscribe. We're heading back racing. This is round robin 7 of 8. All 3 of our racers here right now. Sean working on a wing car. Looks like he's given up on the NASCAR for this week, or the Cup car. Randy Kirtley currently on red. She comes around 1, 2, and 3. Guillermo Sires pushing real hard there on blue to try to catch. Yellow, sorry. And he is gaining a little. So one of the first heats that he's actually been able to gain Randy a little bit on. He's just got to keep his wits when he gets side by side, because it's not going to be an easy battle to make that pass. He's gaining about a car length per lap. We hit track from our track marshal, but somebody said never mind, so everything's working out good here. Guillermo now coming up on Randy's backside. Like I said, gaining about a car length per lap. Guillermo's going to come off. Like I said, the intensity was going to get quite a lot the closer that Guillermo was getting to Randy, because Randy is running an exceptional race here. His car is hooked and ready to roll, and I'll tell you, he's running some of his best racing here today with that back end just perfectly in tow with that car. He's smooth as butter, folks. Gabriel wanting to hit the track button there, but had to keep himself from it. Gabriel Kirtley still can grasp possibly that second position. Guillermo's making it tough too, but they're now side by side. And they are on the same lap. Gabriel is going to go to try to move into second position here, and he makes it. Now Gabriel Kirtley into second position. Gabriel coming off, looked like a rider, but he came right back in his lane. Now Guillermo in second position. We got a battle. Gabriel Kirtley, Guillermo Sires side by side. Guillermo's going to take it another lap here. Gabriel's pushing it, comes off in turn 1. And that's it. for that heat. Gabriel's got one more stab at it to get that second position, but man, what crazy racing we had there right towards the end between Gabriel and Guillermo Sire. As we can take a look here at the right display here, 5.801. Gabriel had to really pump to get to that. Now Gabriel going into the blue lane, he has a really good opportunity to maybe pull second position here. At 131 between Guillermo and Gabriel, Guillermo's going to be going to orange lane. So they're going to be side by side. It's going to be a very close battle between those two. Randy's all that got it in the bag, folks. He's not going to lose 5 laps this last heat. And he has 3 laps to beating Drew Hoagland. And the other guys have 8 to beat Drew. So Drew running an exceptionally good race from the B main to get 139 total laps. It took all 8 segments for them to catch him. So that just goes to show you what path that Drew's on and Glenn's on even, because Glenn was right there with Drew. So very close racing out of the B main, trying to catch up to these guys in the A. But these guys are a couple tenths faster, and through 8 segments long, they end up catching. It's just the way it is. Be racing a little bit of orange track goodness here a little bit later on today. But next coming up, we're going to be back on the blue track yet again. We're going to be doing a little bit of LMP action, followed by IndyCar, then WingCar to round up the night. Racers coming around 10 seconds before we go racing. This will be our final heat, 8 of 8. Congratulations to these guys for racing as hard as they are racing for sure. And it's going to be a battle between Guillermo, who's in turn 3 currently right now, to Gabriel, who is just exiting turn 1. Who's going to get that second position? Here we go. Guillermo's holding Gabriel off right now, but Gabriel's going to make a push here as they're both on the same track essentially. One on orange, one on blue. Gabriel is making a move here. He is catching Guillermo by about a car length per lap. Guillermo's going to have to pick up the pace, or he is going to possibly let loose of that second position. Gabriel is diving a little bit deeper, coming through the straight stretch. Him and Guillermo side by side. Oh, and Gabriel's going to make the pass. Guillermo had to lift. He had to lift. That's just how it is. We'll see. There's still plenty of racing left to go. Can Gabriel hang on to it for the remainder of the heat and take that second position? Because Guillermo's not making it easy, but it does look like Guillermo's car is letting loose of some of that power, especially coming into the last 3 turns of the track. He's losing the most. But Gabriel Kirtley is definitely diving a little bit deeper there on that blue lane, as he is most comfortable on the qualifying lane. And this is showing here. Now, separation between these guys is a turn, but that is just one wreck, folks, and they'll be right there side by side with each other. As it does take about anywhere from 3 to 5 seconds. Guillermo coming off, not what you want to see here for a close race in that second battle. 44 seconds remaining, and it looks like we might have the end of this race pretty much. But there's still racing to go, but it's a half track difference here. Gabriel would have to wreck twice for it to be a race, and I don't see that happening. That usually never happens. In our A main, the guys usually keep their cars on. It could happen early on, but by the end, the guys got their rhythm, and they don't wreck, folks. Gabriel Kirtley actually pushing the subject, trying to catch Randy Kirtley and get a lap back on him. Just too little too late, as Randy Kirtley's going to bring us home with 8 seconds left to go, and Gabriel's going to sneak into second place in the last segment and bring home a second place. He makes a move right on the outside and causes the car to come off. A little bit of excitement there towards the end. 151 for Gabriel, 151 for Guillermo. Gabriel, what number is your segment number? Your segment number? 98? 88? Guillermo, what's your segment number? 7 or 8? Okay. You're good, Dad. You didn't tie. You won. Randy Kirtley going to bring home a win here. So we're going to go over here and give him a point. And that makes him 9 wins this season. He's poised to get another check under his belt. Checking out some of the side views here for a second. We're going to head back over here, though. You're going to watch me do a little work. So we're going to exit out of this. And we're going to cancel race. Go to qualify. All right, guys, next up, LMP. Change this over to Flexi. Choose drivers. Randomize a few times. Sean. Brian, are you racing LMP? Okay. Brian, James, Randy, Guillermo, Gabriel, and Drew. Gabe, you and Drew are racing LMP too, right? Okay. You was pretty close. It took all 8 heats for them to catch you. That's something like that. At the beginning of it, they were 2 of them were down by 8 laps, and Dad was down by 3. So, like I said, it took the whole 8 heats to catch you. You'd have been closer, yeah. All right, guys, up first, qualifying Nathaniel Burden, followed by Glenn Burden. Sean in third, Brian Vender fourth, James McCutcheon fifth, Randy Kirtley sixth, Guillermo Suar seventh, Gabriel Kirtley eighth, and Drew Hoagland ninth. T, if you would, get all those cars on there and bring them up to the track. Everybody else will need track marshals. Seven. That's where you're going to end? Nathaniel thinks he's going to end up in 7th position. All right, here we go. Nathaniel Burden is ready. And excited and set, it seems. You can see the intensity in his eyes as he rounds about here the first row. .978. Not too bad. I think he's going to finish a little bit better than 7th with that. Looks like he's pulling it. All right. Nathaniel Burden, 5.425, currently pole. Up next, Glenn Burden, followed by Sean McCutcheon. Glenn Burden up next, followed by Sean McCutcheon. And Glenn's ready to go. Now, his car was planted last week, and he had the choice to be A or B main. So we'll see how much quicker he can get this week. Hard hits there into the wall. Ooh, that baby is screaming down the straight stretch. .947 so far. Coming off in the camel hump. He's got 33 seconds. .22 seconds remaining. He's got time for a couple more laps. .757. That's going to be his quick one. All right, Glenn Burden with a 5.757. Next up, Sean McCutcheon, followed by Brian Vender. Mick Brown, what are we qualifying, neighbors? Mick, we are qualifying LMP Flexi here at Lanes Raceway. What'd you say, T?
Is that my best friend, Mick Brown?
Chelsea says, is that my best friend, Mick Brown? Yeah, we are currently qualifying LMP Flexi cars under the same rule set as the Flexi Challenge that they run down in Tennessee and other places. And right now we got Sean McCutcheon and his new body. He's definitely quick here. 5.173. That's going to take pole. 4.991. Very quick. 4.857. Mick Brown says, thank you kindly. Chelsea, you are as adorable as you are sweet. Did you see that, T? She smiled. She said, you and her are teammates, Mick. Right now, 4.673 for Sean McCutcheon. All right, that's pole, folks. 4.673 for Sean McCutcheon. Brian Vender, you're up next, followed by James McCutcheon. Looks like Sean's luck is changing from last class. Of course, in the Cup class there, his car ended up having some motor trouble and laid down. Mick Brown says she declared that during my last visit, I haven't told my wife about that yet. 6.452 so far for Brian Vender. Seems like he's burning some tires coming out of the horseshoe portion of the track. Brian Vender, I think, currently running an Enforcer motor in his car. 6006, though. And the gear's going on that one after that hop. He hopped out of the horseshoe there, and that's going to cause the gear to smoke. Oh, tell you might need to get him a gear. All right, Brian Vender with a 6006 and a little bit of rear end trouble. Next up, James McCutcheon, followed by Randy Kirtley. So we're going to allow him to fix his car while we're doing qualifying here. Looks like Glenn Burden's going to help him out. If he doesn't have a gear, T will get him one. And here we go, James McCutcheon. Woo, baby, his car's got some torque. And it is flying, folks, and hooked. It's a good car. 5.910 right out of the gate. That's good for 4th place currently. That car right there is posed to be in the A main if he can just get a good solid run. He's got 25 seconds. .624. That puts him in 3rd. And that's going to be it, 5.624. All right, James McCutcheon, good for 3rd position right now, 5.624. Randy Kirtley, you're up next, followed by Guillermo Suar. Randy Kirtley coming off of a fresh victory in the previous heat. We're going to see how well he does in this one. The Pink Crusader. Is he still got the pink body? Yeah. Still rocking the pink body here. And it's been pretty fast and pretty consistent. Randy Kirtley got a smooth one too. 5.164 for the first hit. Drew Hoagland getting him put back on. .060. That's good for 2nd currently. And he's now 4.951. And that's going to be it for him. That's going to be 2nd position right now. All right, good for 2nd position right now, 4.951, the Frost King. Up next, Guillermo Suar, followed by Gabriel Kirtley. Oop, just dropped my water bottle. See Guillermo getting hooked up there. Whenever he's ready, he'll hit the button. Big Brown Lanes Raceway and Games is one of the 2 raceways that I know with pinball. Shout out to those watching to think about attending pinballexpo.com. The world's largest pinball and coin-operated game show for 40 years. An incredible show. Everyone says so. That's awesome, Mick. Yep, I highly advise people to check those kind of things out. Been to an expo or 2 in my day, and I'll tell you what, they are a blast. Actually, me and the wife has thought about doing a Renaissance fair, and past couple years, we're just trying to find one that we'd like to go to. We do like the Middle Ages quite a bit. Not all the death and destruction of the Middle Ages, but like, you know, everything was wood. Everybody pickled their own foods and stuff like that. It's just a cool atmosphere. I've always liked it. Thinking about actually going to Universal Studios this year to the new Epic. All right, Guillermo Suar with a 5.242. That's good enough for third position right now. Gabriel Kirtley up next, followed by Drew Hoagland. We'll see what Gabe can do. Mick, I hope you've been checking out the Nationals races over there at Mach 1 Speedway. I know we've been watching them all week here at Lanes Raceway, seeing a couple guys that we know. It's good to see Les out there. It was good to see James McCutcheon and, seeing a few people that I've looked up to for the past few years there. Seen Booth there with his black gloves on. Of course, he's got one of the coolest YouTube videos I've ever seen when he's running those Group 7s and they do the pit stop. It's incredible just to see how fast that they change a motor out in those things in just a couple minutes and they're back out there racing again. But exceptional racing from those guys up there. And the guy at Mach 1 Raceway, man, I commend him for all his hard work he's been doing here the past couple months. I've been keeping up with him on Facebook, and he's been doing some shorts and stuff, and I've been looking at those where he's been coating his own flat track, sanding it, recoating it, sanding it, recoating it, and then braiding it himself. It's a tremendous amount of work when you have two or three people to help you. When you're doing it all yourself, it's astronomical amount of work. And then he found some time in between all that to paint the floor. It's nuts. I've been there. I know how hard work that is, and what a great place to run a Nationals. Those guys don't know how lucky they are to be able to run a Nationals at a facility like that, being ran by that guy. So yeah, I commend him. I don't actually know his name because he never actually says it on the live stream. But
we actually just had someone call about the pinball.
did I? That's good. All right. Gabriel Kirtley with a 4.919. That's good for second position right now. Next up, Drew Hoagland.
Go Drew Dog.
Drew Hoagland's going to be our final qualifier here, and then we'll be jumping into the race. Mick Brown says he would suggest Ren Fair, Bristol, Washington. Teasdale walked away from me. An ex of mine sold custom chainmail outfits at the fair back in the day. That is sick. I've thought about getting some aluminum and making some of mine. There is a debate out there, Mick. I don't know if you know this or not. There is a debate that Mithril is not silver, that it was actually aluminum. Wisconsin, sorry. Washington, Wisconsin, WI. I should know more. I was actually a part of the generation that was probably the final generation of being educated, so. Nowadays, kids don't know that there's 50 states. They think there's 51 or 49. It's crazy. Now, whether or not those are staged videos, I don't know, but they're probably staged just for the views. But I've heard that Texas holds a great one, and that there's one in Ohio that's exceptional too. And we've looked into both of them. But me and my wife, we definitely do enjoy that kind of thing. Lord of the Rings is probably our favorite movie set and books. Okay. I don't know how I can do that. We're just going to have to continue it out, and I'll have to rerun him. No, I continue out. It's going to let me continue out. You got to let it run out. Yeah, let it run out, and I can run him again. It says here all I got to do is double click him and let him rerun it. Jackson, hey Donovan, I need to call you right now. It's something real serious. All right, Jackson, let me finish this qualifying. You give me a shout, okay? I got 30 seconds probably. All right, hang on, Drew. All right, Drew, you ready? All right. All right, guys, I'm going to take a small break here. Jackson, go ahead and call me.
He's in the bathroom. I know, right?
He's not.
Oh, look, another baby.
All right, guys, I am back. Please say a prayer for my cousin, if you do not mind, if you're out there watching. See, Mick Brown, heck of a former president, said in his speech that there was 52 states. Nice. But yes, please say a prayer there for our cousin. He is heading to the hospital, being life flighted. I believe what my other cousin said. So definitely keep him in your prayers there. And it's in the Lord's hands now, you know. So sad deal, very sad deal. All right. Hang on a second. Brian, were you the fastest in the B? Okay. Okay. So are you going to B or A? So Brian, you finished last then, right? Qualified last. Okay. Uh, Nathaniel, where you want to go? Drew, James, Glenn, Brian. Okay. No, I didn't know, dude. I going through some stuff right now. Did you just hear about it? He's a year or so younger than Jack. They could be. I don't know. How old is Gunner? No, no. He's a year younger than Jack. So Jack is 17 going on 18. So he's almost 16. All right, guys. We need track marshals for these B mainers. All right, racers. Whenever y'all ready, hit the button. Here we go. We're in the B main for our LMP Flexi class here at Lanes Raceway. And out to a early jaunt there, Drew Hoagland. Ooh, and a hard hit. I mean, a hard hit on Orange Lane there, Nathaniel Burden. Gave her the old sin too. And a track cause, we get a pile up on the bridge. So Nathaniel there having a controller issue again. Oh, Drew narrowly making it through that as we seen James and Glenn's car both come off. Drew Hoagland still out in the lead there on White Lane as he's through the camel hump now. And he's going to come off, which will be a track call in the red spot. Several cars coming off in turn one there. Drew Hoagland coming around the horseshoe side by side. Whoop, he's going to come off there on white lane. Now side by side, Brian Bender. Both of them made it through, and Drew's going to come off yet again there on white lane in the first corner. Oh, so he's going to rear end a car. Hit the button, Drew. Drew Hoagland with a cut wire in the front after hitting, I believe it was Brian Bender's car in the rear end. These things happen. Right now, Nathaniel Burton in the lead, Glenn in second, James in third, Drew in fourth, and Brian in fifth. Nathaniel with 18 laps, 17 laps for Glenn Burton, James 16, Drew Hoagland 15, and Brian Bender 13. Take over to the right display. Y'all can take a look at some of the medians and fast times from the previous heat. All right, guys, we're going back green racing here. And your leader right now is Nathaniel Burton there on white lane. As he comes side by side with Brian Bender through the horseshoe. Got a yellow flag, possible car off the track here as Randy goes to get the hook. Glenn Burden right now with 14 laps. He's out in the lead for this segment, turning laps. And he is now in the lead there on Purple Lane, not playing games. He comes around to the horseshoe here. 20 seconds remaining in this heat. He's making a push to bring it home here. 1 second, folks. All right. Sorry about that, folks. Mick Brown said, I forgot to mention that it is Giannis's birthday today. Oh, to be so young. How old is Giannis there, Mick? I mean, I guess he's around about my age, I would suppose, but I don't know. Maybe he is younger than me. I'm getting to that part in the age whenever I look at people, I feel like they should be the same age as me, but then I find out that they're like 20. So, anywho, well, happy birthday, Giannis. We are racing on your track currently. And what a track it is. A great racetrack for sure to be racing on, and a fun one at that. I've spent a lot of time here trying to perfect the blue lane here as of late with Drew Hoagland. And Drew Hoagland currently in second position, third position actually, as we see Glenn Burden in first. Glenn Burden there coming around the third corner. Oh, he's going to come off there a little bit. Randy Kirtley's going to get him in. Track! Randy had trouble getting Glenn in, so I yelled track. I'm told he is 40, so we are right at the same age. I am 39 right now, 1 year from 40, so he's the same year old as my brother. Well, that's good. He does make some really good tracks, that's for sure, and high quality. The wood and stuff that he uses is by far some of the best wood to build track with, in my opinion. And he does not skimp on support. These tracks have like 100 legs on them. Like I said, some of the best track building I've seen. Seamless, even. Five seconds left to go in this heat, and it's been one for sure. Sorry, guys, I'm not talking as much as I was before. Like I said, would appreciate the prayers going out to my cousin right now. He is being life flighted to Nashville, so I'm feeling some things here, and it's kind of hard. Anyways, guys, we are in segment 4 of 8 right now. Headset just went out again. All right, we got 5 seconds before we go back racing. We got a tie for first place, Nathaniel and Glenn. Glenn edging him out just by a hair here. And we also have a battle down low. 46 and 48, James McCutcheon and Brian Vender. Drew's got some making up to do, as we see him coming off yet again there in the corner. What a hard hit there for Drew on turn 1. He's having some issues on turn 1. Two cars coming off in the camel hump. Two cars narrowly missing them. Glenn Burden coming around the front stretch, narrowly missing a wreck there as Brian Vender gets his car set back on there. Glenn Burden side by side with Drew Hoagland coming into turn 2. Glenn Burden in his Lotus-esque car there in the camel hump, side by side now with Nathaniel Burden in the camel hump. And it looks like Glenn's going to make that push. Side by side, though, still with Nathaniel. Neither one of them giving it up. Hard hit and a track call. Nobody hit the track button, it looked like. So it looks like James's body is completely flipped up on its side. Drew side by side with Nathaniel coming around the horseshoe here. Drew a little bit quicker. Drew having some issues keeping his car on. He's going to have to focus on that for sure. Your leader, Glenn Burden, coming through turn 3 now in Camel Hump in the black and gold car here as he comes around the horseshoe. And we're going to end it as he gets onto the lead on there. And Glenn Burden still going to hang on to that lead by 2 laps. Drew Hoagland now 68, Nathaniel 69. So Nathaniel's going to move up into that second position. Brian and James tied up still, 62 laps. So go over here. I'm going to show you guys the right display. Be right back with you. All right, back to green racing. And here we go. Like I said, Nathaniel Burden and Glenn Burden pretty close together, but Glenn is still holding it off there in the orange lane. Drew Hoagland there causing Nathaniel to come off. Now Glenn Burden right there behind him in the Camel Hump. Glenn Burden in the black and gold car as he is pushing as hard as he possibly can here. We can see that he's coming up on James McCutcheon, making the pass nice and smooth. Glenn Burden is super smooth with this car, only having quite just a few wrecks here, not too many. Other people having quite a few. So we get a track call, somebody popping off in the red lane here. A whole lot more wrecks in this class than the previous NASCAR class. These tend to handle a little bit better too, which is surprising that we're having so many wrecks. But I guess by the handling and the little bit more horsepower that they have, we are causing somewhat of an issue when it comes to driver ability. But nonetheless, pretty good racing. Side by side, Nathaniel, Drew, and Glenn, as we get several cars coming off, and somebody's car is ruined. So we had a hard hit there into the wall. Gabber Kirtley taking a look at it right now. And between turns 3 and third to last and last corner there. Your leader right now is Glenn Burden, 79, Nathaniel 78, Drew Hoagland 76. Brian Vender edging out James just by 1 lap here. He's currently 71 to James' 70. Back racing again. Drew Hoagland's sensitivity a little high. So Drew Hoagland pulling his car this week. Several cars coming off here, involved in some incidents. Now, a lot of guys, when they're on the cutoff, want to choose to be in the B main, but you got to understand, when you step down, there is a lot more wrecks that's going to take place. Yeah, you may not win the A main, but a lot of the times the best place to go is the A main, just simply because there won't be as many incidents. So we see Glenn Burden really driving strong here in his black and gold car. The car is really hooked up. So he's catching Nathaniel Burden's red and orange car. And we got a lane rotation. And that is a heat over. Take you over to the right display. You can see Nathaniel was able to turn 20 laps that segment. And we got a tie. Glenn and Nathaniel, 89 laps. Glenn's going to white. Nathaniel's going to purple. Polar opposites of each other here. We got Brian and James there with 79 laps now moving up. Brian's currently in third position here. And James McCutcheon's pretty close with him, 79, 10 laps separating them from the lead. Drew Hoagland there with 77. He's pulled his car as he's having some car issues. All right, getting back ready to go racing again. Track marshals are in their spots. Getting a little chow down in between heat segments. Coming up next is our IndyCar class on the orange track. So we'll be rotating from this track to the orange track. Sean McCutcheon getting Brian Vender back in. T over there getting James McCutcheon in. So we get a yellow flag here on the bridge. Glenn Burden in the lead by almost a lap. So I got to deduct a lap from Nathaniel. He had a rider. I'm going to have to do it after the heat's over. Alright, so we fixed the lap correction there for Nathaniel. So he had a rider and then was able to keep his car off for another 3 or so seconds to get another lap. So we just deducted one. Two lap. They're arguing that I should give him 2 lap penalty. And we're back racing. All has been righted. Glenn Burden is your leader. He is on red lane now in the camel hump, coming through around the horseshoe as his car comes off. And that is the track button. Of course, he didn't get that lap there. So we see Brian and Nathaniel both involved in an incident there. Let's see. Sean a little heavy-handed on the cars there as he smashes the backside of Nathaniel's car down, body. And it might have an issue now with that body. Hey, Sean, take your time and put the cars on. Don't crush the bodies. Looks like Guillermo Sires getting a body fix there for Nathaniel. Nathaniel, take that second lap deduction. Everybody currently after Nathaniel for some reason. As his body's destroyed, and then they try to put him underneath the bridge. Sounds a lot better now, though. I got his car fixed. Ryan Bender's car there. Currently in segment 7 of 8. We got one more segment left to go here. Glenn Burden has got it by 2 laps right now, right at it. Pretty close to it. He's been running a good race, too. As we get a in the red lane spot, or in between the red stripes, that's a track button. Car coming off, that is your leader, Glenn Burden. He's going to give up a little bit of time there. He's still setting pretty good, though. Five seconds remaining here. Glenn Burden is going to take another heat here. Almost turning 19 laps. All right, sorry about that, folks. A little meeting there for a second. Meeting of minds. But we're back racing in the final heat here. Glenn Burden out in the lead here with 127 laps. Nathaniel 126. 114 James McCutcheon. Brian Vender 115. And Drew Hoagland 77. Glenn Burden diving her down deep here as he comes into some lap traffic side by side with Nathaniel and Brian Vender. He's hanging out behind them. Poised to not make a move here if he can, but he looks like he wants to. He's going to go on the outside. Oop, but he's going to break it up. He didn't. Oh, and he's going to dive it deep and hold it in turn one. Wow. Glenn Burden made it, and Nathaniel's going to come off on top of the bridge. Glenn, why don't you just hold the trigger wide open next time through turn one? That thing is definitely hooked up there in turn one. He's a little bit ahead of Brian Vender now. As he goes into turn one. He's now pushing the subject here, increasing some of those lap times. He's pretty much got this thing, it looks like, as he's at 60 seconds till the end of this heat. James McCutcheon looks like he's moving up into two. And James McCutcheon with 123 tied with Brian Vender, but he's turned 11 laps so far this heat. Glenn Burden's turned 12. We're seeing Brian Vender come off there in turn two. Side by side with James McCutcheon is Nathaniel Burden in the red and orange car. Oh, and Nathaniel's just going to send James to the wall there. No love given. Glenn Burden coming around first corner there. He's staying out of trouble now. Trying to stay alive, as they say. Narrowly missed that wreck of Brian Vender. Brian's going to get slammed back in there. So we get James McCutcheon's car crushed there in turn one. Immediately back into 5 seconds left to go. And it looks like Glenn Burden's going to take the B main here at 144 total laps. Glenn, T. Dad, what's Glenn's number? $51. 144. Just writing that down here, just in case. All right, that's the end of this session here. Just waiting for it to clear out. For some reason or another, it hasn't cleared yet. There we go. Exit this. Flexi drivers. Clear them all out. Sean, where would you like to go? Blue. Gabriel. Purple. Dad. Green. Guillermo. Black. All right, we're good to go. Ready for our A main here, folks. Now, this will be my final live stream for the evening, as I have limited myself to 3 races, just simply because of my throat. I'm going to actually go and help those guys track marshal on the orange. So you probably won't hear any commentary from me, but I'm going to leave the live stream up for you guys to watch the race if you're interested in wanting to watch it. But I will not be commentating. I'm actually going to go help the guys out on track marshal. I'm pretty good at track marshal in the orange track. If you want to, you can. Sean McCutcheon wanting to race without stickers for some reason, but I told him he could if he wanted. He just get a bunch of track marshals saying what lane. Hey, T, come here real quick. T, you'll need to make a post for Tuesday, or just make a post tonight, and let them know that our RC program is moved from Tuesday to Thursday for the time being. We're just not getting enough people show up on Tuesday, so we're going to rotate it to Thursday, hopefully get some more people.
I see an eye on your eyelashes.
Okay.
Is Jackson going to keep you updated?
Probably. Mom said she would. All right, guys, what are we waiting on here? We got track marshals. We good?
Is Mom going too?
Where'd Sean go? Oh, okay.
Is Mom on her way to school too?
My mom? No.
Look, look, look.
What, you want one? Okay. Here we go. Sean says that he's not going to come off at all this race for a Mountain Dew, and he has to win. So we'll see if that happens. As we see, we came very close to losing that right there, actually. So right now we're seeing Gabriel Kirtley in the lead on purple. Gabriel and Randy Kirtley side by side through turn one. Very impressive. So they make a pass there on Guillermo Sire. Guillermo Sire coming out, lifting. Gabriel Kirtley making a little bit, stretching his legs. Gabriel Kirtley really hammering it home now. He's found his rhythm here. As he comes across the start-finish line there, he's going to narrowly come out. Pushing just a little too hard there. Randy Kirtley currently in the lead. Now Sean McCutcheon coming up on Randy Kirtley. Side by side here. Looks like Sean's going to take the lead here. But Randy's going to take it back. And now Sean solidifying the lead here. And that's it. Sean McCutcheon, after the first heat, going to be in the lead. Fastest lap time goes to Gabriel Kirtley, that previous heat there, 5:01.7. They'll have 100 seconds here to work on their cars, move on into the next heat. All right, here we go. Current leader Sean McCutcheon. Gabriel Kirtley tied with him, but a little bit back by about a corner or so. Behind him, Randy Kirtley. Gabriel Kirtley coming up on Sean McCutcheon in turn one. Sean McCutcheon holding back here, letting Gabriel Kirtley go by. Gabriel Kirtley now in the lead. Get a hard hit here. Something happened. Take a moment to look at these cars. That was a pretty hard hit, folks. Sean says he woke up and chose violence. They've got to get the hook here, as one of the cars is either in the netting or under the bridge pretty far. Gabriel Kirtley taking a quick glance over on his car as my back is starting to hurt sitting in this chair. We'll see what happens here. Gabriel Kirtley with a 5.305, Randy with a 5.306. A couple tenths faster than everybody out there. Guillermo with a 5.283. He's going to try to make some gains here. Randy Kirtley coming off in turn one. Nathaniel Barton getting him put back on. Gabriel Kirtley coming around the front stretch here. 1, 2, now 3 into camel hump. As he rotates around, Gabriel Kirtley minding his own, pushing the subject as much as he can. We see him actually catching Randy and Sean McCutcheon. Sean McCutcheon looks like he's first up on the dinner order here. Gabriel Kirtley's car super smooth here in the LMP. Sean's going to let him go by. 20 seconds remaining. Coming up on Guillermo Sire now as he makes the pass on Guillermo. The only one that's making it hard to catch is Randy Kirtley, and Randy Kirtley's going to come off in turn 1 there. With 5 seconds to go, Randy's going to come off in turn 3 too. And Gabriel Kirtley's going to come off. So Gabriel Kirtley was able to turn 22 laps alongside Guillermo Sire that previous heat. Total laps for Gabriel, 44. Total laps for Sean McCutcheon, 42, 41 for Randy, and 41 for Guillermo. So very close racing here. All right, folks, we're about to be back racing. We're in segment 3 of 8 right now. Gabriel Kirtley currently in the lead as he comes through the front stretch. Now Camel Hump trying to catch the pink car of Randy Kirtley. And Randy's going to let him go on by. Gabriel Kirtley coming up next is Sean McCutcheon. So he's going to rush Sean. All right, that's the end of the heat. Gabriel Kirtley going to turn 23, Sean 21, 19 for Randy, and 19 for Guillermo. 4.861 fastest lap time. That's very, very quick. I'm getting a little chilly.
You want this?
No, it's like 69 degrees in here, though. I'm not used to it being this cold in here.
Turn Super Mario Brothers on back TV for the little man.
Did you?
Yeah.
Super Mario Brothers. So I done said on the live stream, this will be my last one. I'm going to commentate. My throat's starting to get raw. Not to mention that I'm going to help y'all track marshal on the orange one.
Is Indy on orange?
Indy and wing car, yeah.
I thought we didn't wing on blue.
That's next week.
Did you let Sean know yet?
Yeah, I did.
What did he say?
He was excited. Wing car on the blue, though. I mean, I don't know, it's going to be weird. I need to make an announcement for that. Hey, guys, just an announcement. Next week is our midway through race, so you might want to prepare your wing cars for the blue track.
Look at Guillermo's like, what?
Yes, and NASCAR will be on the circle track, too. Huh? Yeah, Indy will, too. It should be an interesting week. I will have parts ready. I've already got the bodies ready. Dirty game. Gabriel giving Sean a hard time. He said, Sean, are you running the same class car as every one of the rest of us? Oh, I need to swap over. I'm not doing my job. Sorry, folks. There we go. Back to the race. These guys love to give each other a hard time, that's for sure. It is quite funny sometimes, though. Randy Kirtley coming off on the front. He's going to get his car put back on. Gabriel coming up on Sean McCutcheon and Guillermo Sire's green car. And Gabriel's going to pass Guillermo, now coming up on Sean McCutcheon. Sean's making it difficult. Gabriel's going to pass him here in the horseshoe. That's what about 36 years of experience will get you. Gabriel is definitely a fierce competitor when it comes to racing the flexi class. I would argue he's one of the best in the U.S., in my opinion. He may not be ranked, but he is definitely one of the best. I'd say if he had more time, he would probably go and run some of the ranked races, and you would see him up towards the top. But he's just a hometown hero for sure. And they give him the nickname moniker Livermore Lightning years ago. He lives up to it. And that is a rotation. Gabriel Kirtley turned 23. Sean turned 23. Randy 21, 20 for Guillermo. Currently, Gabriel Kirtley 90 laps, 86 for Sean, 81 for Randy. Guillermo 80. The lap times that they need to beat here is Glenn at 144 laps. And we're rolling over halfway now. They're looking at about 180 to 160, so they should be able to get that on current track here as we're in segment 5 of 8 coming up next in 30 seconds. Guillermo Sire there working on his car. All right, folks, here we go, getting ready to race. Guillermo Sire making his way around the bend there. Gary Cartley going to make a quick pass. If Sean McCutcheon wants that win, he's going to have to, or that Mountain Dew, he's going to have to get the win and not come off. And his car is not looking too strong down the front stretch. Seems as if it's maxing out. But he got a Mountain Dew out of me 2 weeks ago. He didn't wreck, and that was the wager. This week he's upped it a notch. Not to wreck and win. So that's going to be a tough order for sure. Gary Kirtley coming up on Guillermo Sire, and he makes a pass quick, and Guillermo kind of just left it completely off the gas there. Now Guillermo off in the camel hump. Glenn Burton gets him put back on. Gary Kirtley coming up on Randy Kirtley. He's going to lift past Randy Kirtley. Ten seconds remaining. Gary Kirtley turning 22 laps. Sean 21-20 for Randy, and Guillermo 18. And that is a lane rotation. It is. That car's unreal, ain't it? And that's still the same motor? Oh, okay. Tootie?
There you go.
folks, here we go. In for another one. In for a penny, in for a pound, they say. Oh, and a hard hit. Randy Kirtley slams into Guillermo Sire in the camel hump. They both get put back on. Randy Kirtley coming off, collecting Gabriel Kirtley. Gabriel Kirtley's car might have a little issue here after the incident as his car comes off. A hard hit in the camel hump. Gabriel Kirtley side by side with Guillermo Sire makes the pass. Gabriel Kirtley coming up on Randy Kirtley in the pink car. Now in the camel hump, he's gaining about 2 car lengths per lap. Looks like he's going to make the pass here. Side by side with Guillermo Sire. Guillermo Suar. He's going to make the pass, and that was a tight little crunch there on turn 2 for nobody to come off. It's good racing. Randy Kirtley comes off in turn 1. 10 seconds remaining. Gabriel Kirtley turning 22 laps currently. And that's it. Gabriel Kirtley turned 23, Sean 21, Guillermo 20, Randy 18. Guillermo's pretty funny, ain't it? I'm fine, honey. James, you're crazy. You're crazy. You crack me up, James. Well, he's got to win to get it. What, were you trying to get 2 Mountain Dews? Yeah, that was pretty tight when y'all was going into that turn 2. All of y'all side by side. I don't know how y'all made it through. That was good racing. I know. And Guillermo's car flying off the track. He's hooked up right. He's got something going on. So the thing to put him on the wrong lane. 20 seconds left in the heat. And Gabriel Kirtley out in the lead, turning a couple more laps than everybody else so far. I don't think anybody's came off yet. Gabriel Kirtley making a pass on Randy Kirtley now, going to make a pass on Sean McCutcheon. And that's a heat over. Gabriel with 23 laps, Guillermo 22, Sean 22, and Randy 22. And they're going to be going into their final heat here. Gabriel Kirtley out in the lead, 159. Sean McCutcheon, 152. 142 for Randy and 141 for Guillermo. Evidently, Sean, alongside the wager he made with me, he made a similar wager with Gabriel, but his was a little less. He says, I bet I can finish this whole race without wrecking. So he might win that wager, but the wager he made with me was not to wreck and get a win. And it doesn't look like he's going to be able to pull a win here, being that he is 7 laps down from the leader. 139 was the laps to beat, and every one of the guys have done that in round 7. Or 144, sorry, 144 is the laps to beat. So everybody has done that except for Randy and Guillermo, and they have to make a couple laps to do that. But Glenn, just like Drew, run an exceptional race in their LMP, as Drew ran an exceptional race in the Cup Car class, similar, that it took all 8 heats for those guys to catch them. So that's pretty impressive that our B mains are keeping it all within 1 heat of these guys. So, but Gabriel Kirtley turning some pretty smoking times there, median of 4.9, which is crazy how he got a median of 4.9 when his fastest lap was a 3.010. So there might be something up there. Oh, never mind, 4.9, not a 3.9, sorry. Must be getting tired. 14 seconds left to go. Heading back over. 5 seconds. This is the final heat. Track marshals are in position, and we are going to follow alongside our leader coming around 1, 2, 3. Now Camel Hump as he comes up around the horseshoe, back to 1, 2, 3. Coming up against Sean McCutcheon. Here comes Gabriel Kirtley right on the side of Sean, makes the pass. Sean and Randy Kirtley side. Car coming off the track there was Guillermo Sire. Now Gabriel Kirtley into the Camel Hump again. That car is hooked and rolling just as fast as it has always been, if not a little faster here, turning these 4.7s in the race. Gabriel Kirtley's car coming off in the horseshoe. Ryan Vender having some trouble getting him put back on. Gets him put back on. 65 seconds remaining in the race. Guillermo Suar's car, sorry, I keep calling him Guillermo Sire. Guillermo Suar's car coming off in turn 3. Gabriel Kirtley with a fast lap of 4.660. He's several tenths faster than anybody out there. So everybody passing Tech before this race even started at the very beginning when we opened at about 1:30. Everybody was putting cars in. So definitely fast to be on equal playing field here. I've checked all of the opinions. Nobody was over an 11 tooth or under. I think they could be under 11 tooth, and they can run any crown gear. So that is the rules in this class. All of them running either Enforcer, Raptor Pro, a few other things. And Gabriel Kirtley's going to bring it home with 182 total laps, turning 23 that segment. Second is going to be Sean McCutcheon, 175, and Guillermo third at Randy at third at 163. So that's your podium. Gabriel, Sean, Randy. All right, so we're going to go over here. We're going to get a point for Gabriel, as that'll be his second point here. And if he could show up more often, he'd probably be winning this thing. Beautiful day still here at Lanes Raceway. We got a couple more races. Like I said, this will be the last one that I'm commentating. I'm going to leave it on. The sound may go out of the headset while we're doing it. If it does, guys, I'm sorry. Just have to bear with it. Nonetheless, it will be up, live, and rolling. We're going to head over here to the orange. I'm going to go ahead and pull this off the screen. And we are going to roll to the road track. And I'm going to be killing that track. And we will be doing qualifying. Is everybody running IndyCar too? Okay. Brian, you're not running it? Okay. That is okay. Nathaniel, Guillermo, James, Sean. Mom is not in it. Glenn, Randy. So we need to add Gabriel and Drew. Let's randomize it a few times. Okay, looks like we got everything here. I'll put it back over here for chat. Mick Brown says Electric Dreams just posted the interview with Howie Ersner on YouTube, the only racer that I know to run a perfect race. TQ, no offs, fastest lap, and also win the race. Sean came close. He did run the whole race without wrecking, but he didn't win it. 2 weeks ago he did that. He ran the whole race, won the qualifying, and didn't wreck. So he did quite well 2 weeks ago. But this week he just couldn't get the win there. It'd be tough to get the win, especially when these guys are pulling times like that they've been pulling. It's going to be real tough because to pull those just that little hair more that you need to do, you're really on the edge. So it would be tough. So I'll probably stay here for the qualifying, but then I'm going to have to get up and help track marshal. Let me see what time it is, see what time we're running here. All right, guys, for the next two, we're going to run one heat, okay, or one race. We're on the orange track. James McCutcheon, Sean McCutcheon, Nathaniel Burden, Guillermo Sire, Glenn Burden, Randy Kirtley, Gabriel Kirtley, Drew Hoagland. Oh, Guillermo Suar. Sorry. Guillermo, I'm telling you, man, it's going to be a hard habit to break. I've been calling you that my whole life. I have to catch myself like 3 or 4 times. Sorry. Guillermo Suar. T, if you would, please get all the Indy cars, take them over to the orange track. We are ready to qualify. They should already be teched. I got everybody's cars early on. Who didn't have their cars teched? All right. Well, T, tech the ones that just put them up there. Guys, from here on out, when we get here on Sunday, that 1 hour, let's get those cars up there and get them ready. We got to get whatever time we can possibly get to get through all these races. It's not easy. All right, so Mick Brown here has got us something fired up here. Let's see what we can do here with this. Let me go over here to chat. Let's make it huge. Well, here we go. see how I can fix this real quick to watch this. I could probably take it over to right display. There we go. Turn closed caption on. That's pretty cool. I like what Electric Dreams is doing. How that they've got some really good high-end equipment, like running the Shure microphones and stuff like that. See, that's what is that, XLR? All that stuff's XLR. Very high quality microphones. Keeps the pops and the bangs and stuff out of the microphones. Whoever they have on their crew, they've hired somebody good to run their live stream for sure. But they are one of the more profound known groups, to say the least, when it comes to running like 332nd like NSR cars and stuff like that. They run a lot of those there. This is definitely cool though. And I don't know if the sound is rolling through or not, guys. But anyways, you can see here, it's called track call number 80, Howie Ershner. You can check that out, Slot Car Legend, and go and watch this interview. But I just wanted to pull it up just a little bit here for you guys to see. Thought that was pretty cool. And thank you, Mick Brown, for that. Still waiting on some guys here. Oh no, I didn't want to do that. There we go, put that there. Where's my other section? It's that one. Oh me. That ain't good. You come back over here. I've got everything all messed up here now. Alright, so what I'm going to have to do is exit that, start up another Rode PC, and hopefully that fixes it. And it didn't, so that's not good. Click that. There we go. That'll work. That'll work. I'm not going to mess with it now. Alright, now I got to get us back over on our proper one here. I've made my screen very small. T, you got everybody teched? All right, guys, we'll need some track marshals for the qualifying session. James McCutcheon up first, Sean McCutcheon second, Nathaniel third, Guillermo fourth, Glenn fifth, Randy sixth, Gabriel seventh, and Drew eighth. Going to have a full track race here. The Indy cars run pretty good, so we don't usually have a whole lot of trouble out of the Indy cars. So that's why we're going to run one segment here. And then also for the wing cars, we don't usually have a whole lot of trouble out of them. Now, last week was an anomaly. We didn't end up live streaming it, I don't believe, but last week was pretty rough for the wing cars. Yeah, whenever you're ready, James. So James is ready. He's going to start qualifying here. This is our IndyCar class, JK Indy, just the way they are out of the box, folks. And as you can see, they do pretty decently here. 7.289 so far there for James. .707 so far for James. Drew having a little trouble getting him put back into the lane, but he got him. 14 seconds remaining. All right, James McCutcheon on pole with a 3.707. Next up, Sean McCutcheon. And Sean McCutcheon up now in his red Scott Dixon IndyCar. 3.689, that's going to take pole. .655 right now. 3.528. 3.513. 3.475. 3.461. 7 seconds remaining. All right, Sean McCutcheon on pole with a 3.461. Next up, Nathaniel Burden, followed by Guillermo Suar. All right, Nathaniel Burden up in his red IndyCar. I'm just going to go through the qualifying, and then I'm going to go out there. Oh, yeah. Then I'm going to go out there and help track marshal with you, because we got to track marshal it, because we're only running one segment. 3.513 for Nathaniel. He's humming. Yeah. 'All right. For second position, currently Nathaniel Burden, 3.513. Next up, Guillermo Suar, followed by Glenn Burden. All right, and here goes Guillermo. It's pretty quick in this class last week, but the guy to beat time-wise was actually Glenn Burden. His IndyCar was smoking fast. 3.706. 3.546. 3.576s in a row. That's crazy. Nine seconds. He's got to make a move here. All right, Guillermo Suar, 3.546. That is good for third position currently. Next up, Glenn Burden, followed by Randy Kirtley. Glenn Burden here, definitely a force to be reckoned with when it comes to the IndyCar. So always keep an eye out for him. He usually has one of the faster IndyCars here. And here he goes. .771. Needs to pick up the pace going around the donut here. 3.644. .611. 3.510. That's going to move him to second position. He's got 8 seconds. All right, Glenn Burden with a 3.510, currently second position. Next up, Randy Kirtley, followed by Gabriel Kirtley. And Randy Kirtley here hitting that button. He's ready to roll. His car's quite quick, it looks like, this week. 3663. 3477. That's second place right now. 3441. That's going to take pole. .417. 3.391. He's in the threes, folks. All right, we got a new pole setter here, 3.391, Randy Kirtley. Next up, Gabriel Kirtley, followed by Drew Hoagland. And Gabriel Kirtley here was winner in the previous race. We'll see if he can do anything here in the IndyCar. .519 so far for Gabriel Kirtley. 3.437. 3.344. That's going to take pole. 3.339. He's going for the record. Drew Hoagland struggling. All right, Gabriel Kirtley on pole with a 3.339. Next up, Drew Hoagland. All right, here goes Drew Hoagland. And he's quick around there. 3.542. Just needs to smooth the trigger out a little bit on the uptick of the donut. .50. 3.494. 3.458. That's going to be third position. All right, Drew Hoagland, third position with a 3.458. All right, after qualifying pole, Gabriel Kirtley 3.390. Randy Kirtley 3.391. Drew Hoagland 3.458. Sean McCutcheon 3.461. Glenn Burden 3.510. Nathaniel Burden 3.513. Guillermo Suar 3.546. And James McCutcheon a 3.707. All right, Gabriel, where would you like to go? Purple. Pap, where you want to go? Blue? All right, Drew, where would you like to go? White. Sean, where would you like to go? So you can't have white, blue, or purple. Black. Glenn, where would you like to go? Yellow. Nathaniel. Red it is. Guillermo. Green or orange? Green. James, you're going orange. Orange it is. Big Brown says, let's go to Vegas. Let's go. I'm down. I'd like to go see the Cirque du Soleil. All right, guys, we are set up and ready to roll. All right, Mick, this is where I'm going to leave you, man. I am going to head out and help track marshal because we're running one segment here, 8 cars. It's going to be intense. If you come up with anything cool, just say I'll check back in at the end of the race, possibly in between the races. But I'll see you shortly. All right, folks, we're back. Let's see if we had any ties here. I know it's a close little race. So 91, 47, 49, 30, 42. Good. We're good. It looks like Gabriel Kirtley is going to bring home a win, another one. So let's get over here, go to the points, and add him a win. And let's make it 3. All right, we're going right back over. All right, guys, wing cars next. To the orange. Exiting out of this. All right, cancel race. Qualify. Everybody racing wing car, right? What? You're going to race? Okay. James, Sean, Nathaniel, Guillermo, Glenn, Randy. Let's randomize them. And let's move into qualify session. I got to add some names, Gabriel and Drew. All right, guys, let's jump right into it. Up first, Sean McCutcheon. Nathaniel Burden second. Glenn Burden third. Fourth, Randy Kirtley. James McCutcheon fifth. Sixth, Guillermo Suar. Seventh, Gabriel Kirtley. Eighth, Drew Hoagland. Yeah. A rough start till you figured it out, wasn't it? Guys, this is the last week this is going to happen. Next week, I want all the cars, every single car, up and ready to go before 2 o'clock. If you have to come in Saturday and test and tune, that's fine. But next week, all the cars will be up there or you will not enter. Whose cars have not been teched, you're getting a 5-lap penalty today. Who are they? Sean, you're up. Nathaniel, you're on deck. T, I need a track marshal. Here we go. Sean McCutcheon up first to qualify. and a 3.236, 3.068, 2.987. All right, Sean, currently on pole, 2.951. Nathaniel Burden, you're up, followed by Glenn Burden. Nathaniel Burden up next, 3.451, 3.332, 327, 3.269, 3.198. He's getting faster. 3.153. Can he get it in the 2.9s? There he goes, 3.148. 3.111. 3.073. All right, Nathaniel Burden currently second place with a 3.070. Next up, Glenn Burden, followed by Frost King Randy Kirtley. Glenn's ready to go. Here we go. .218, 3.156. Glenn's humming. 3.086. 3.013. Oh, he's going to get in the 9s. There you go. 2.976. 2.9. There's a pole. All right, Glenn Burden, currently pole 2.941. Next up, Randy Kirtley, followed by James McCutcheon. And here goes Randy Kirtley, a.k.a. the Frost King when it comes to the wing car action. Chattering pretty good around the donut there. 3.217. All right, Randy Kirtley, 3.217. Next up, James McCutcheon, followed by Guillermo Suar. And here we go. James McCutcheon is ready to go. James McCutcheon looking smooth. 3.225. All right, 3.225 for James McCutcheon. Guillermo Suar, you're up next, followed by Gabriel Kirtley. And Guillermo is ready as he lights up the lights here. 4 lights going to drop out. Here we go. All right, Guillermo Suar, new pole, 2.850. Next up, Gabriel Kirtley, followed by Drew Hoagland. And Gabriel Kirtley ready as he hits the button for those 4 lights. Here we go. .148 so far. .128. All right, Gabriel Kirtley with a 3.036. Next up, Drew Hoagland. Drew Hoagland hitting his buttons. Here we go. John Hunter, 73. Hey, how's it going, Joe? Or Joe, sorry. Joe Hunter. Drew Hoagland currently up to qualify here. All right, Drew Hoagland with a 3.146. All right, we're going to move right on into the race here. Car. Guillermo, where do you want to go? Blue. Glenn. Purple. Sean. Black. Gabriel. White. Nathaniel. Orange. Drew. Green, red, or yellow. Red. Dad. Green or yellow. Yellow. James, you'll be on green. Yep. All right, folks, I am going to be track marshaling this race. I won't be here commentating this final race. But if you're still here, when it all ends, we'll have a little bit of closing ceremony here, and then we'll be done for the day. In the meantime, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Thank you guys for tuning in and watching, and I'll see you guys here very shortly. All right, folks, another race down here at Lanes Raceway and our final one for the night. Did we have any ties? No, we did not. Yeah, we did. Nathaniel, Glenn, where were y'all located? You and Nathaniel. 12? All right. All right, looks like Gabriel Kirtley is going to win. So let's go down here and give him a point. Now to make 4 for him. Why is that? I'm missing a part on my screen here. There we go. So that makes 4 wins for Gabe. Pretty cool, pretty cool. All right, guys, another weekend down in the books as these guys have been racing all day long since 2 o'clock. Even had some GRC action here early on. Pretty fun racing, pretty eventful stuff. Some of the early on races were probably the best, the NASCAR races and the FCR. Definitely some competitive racing going on there. But thank you guys for tuning in. We'll see you guys next week. Now, next week is going to be a special week, so the wing cars are going to be on the blue track. It's the only time all season that that's going to happen. And the cup cars, the fast NASCAR-esque cars, are going to be on the oval, so that should be a full-blown debacle. So you definitely want to tune in next week for that. Thank you guys for tuning in. God bless you guys. We'll see you next week. Thank you.